6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, good morning. Happy Monday. Hope your weekend was good.
What is happening?
It's nice to be in today. Thanks for hanging with Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1. A lot to get to. It's a busy little program, a nice little weekend.
What's going on, man?
Did you?
Football's back this week, baby.
Well,
it's back.
It's back this week.
It's back this week.
I thought you were going to say this weekend.
Nah, we're back. We're back, baby. Saturday.
I don't eat the wiener.
You wake up Saturday morning, you know what's on your TV?
Ho, ho, ho.
Football that counts.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Now, does it matter? I don't know.
Bring gas.
It counts. The winner of that game's a winner. The loser of that game's a loser. They count.
Good to see you survived your baby shower.
We're here. We're still standing. I'm
Yeah.
still standing. It was, baby shower day yesterday was delightful.
How'd it go?
It was wonderful.
What was better, one or two? Wait for that question when they're both of age. Dad, who's your favorite? Wyatt or me?
It is funny how much less of a deal the second one feels like. We're very, very excited. But the pomp and circumstance isn't quite what it is for the first one. Once you go through the first rodeo, It's kind of like, all right, we know what we're doing here. Baby shower was great. It was great to see family. There were a lot of things that we got that were very useful and quality gifts, okay? Some very practical things.
Oh, you're teeing something up here.
That are, like a diaper pail. You got to have that, right? Got to have the diaper pail. The little sound machine, right? That comes in handy.
Yeah.
Attachments for the stroller.
Do you not have these things?
We have one. We don't have two. We got to have two. You got to have one in each room. So, a lot of things that came in that were very, very handy that we could put to use with child number 2. Young Wyatt seems to still be the leader in the clubhouse. The only downside, I feel like I do a very good job of feigning excitement over gifts that I receive that I don't like. Like, you get a lot of experience that in life when you open something up and you're like, I'm never going to wear this. But, it's the holidays. Oh, no, I love it. It looks great. Yeah, I think it'll fit. I'll try it on later. I have such a hard time feigning excitement over baby clothes and kid clothes because you immediately know the second you open them, like, we're not going to wear that one. That one's not going to be in the rotation. The idea of dressing a baby was something that I didn't fully comprehend until I had a baby, and you realize how difficult it is to, like, prop them up, get the shirt over the head.
It's all buttons.
I mean, it's all, yeah, right? And so what we ended up doing with Teddy Ballgame when he was that age, he basically was in PJs the zip-up PJs.
Yeah.
Because you could lay them on the ground.
They're comfortable.
You put the arms in. They're comfy, right? You can cover the feet if it gets a little chilly. It's perfect. And you zip them up, and it's easy to go. And so every time we open, and like women and baby clothes are just a combination. It's like a super El Nino, man. And if you give them the reason to go buy baby clothes, they're going to take that opportunity. And so a lot of clothes came in yesterday, which we didn't necessarily need, but it was a lot of fun.
Okay, so, all right. You're being very nice because I think you're worried about what's going to be said about this.
I'm being very kind here.
Why are we getting clothes when you're having another boy?
Question. That's a great question. I don't know.
I would have been absolutely incensed. It's one thing to get maybe 2 outfits.
Yeah.
It's another for you guys to individually on your own time when your second child is here to go buy your clothes.
Right.
You could have just got cash or gift cards from these people.
Would have been a little more useful, for sure.
Instead of like a whole nother wardrobe that guess what you're going to need? Right. Another dresser to put all these clothes in.
I was just laughing because we had already bought the dresser for the baby room and put the dresser together, and we had already gone through, because we have bins of old baby clothes, right, that we're like going through, and it's like, let's keep this one, let's throw that one away. Like, we've already gone through that process, and I'm pretty sure before yesterday, the dresser was already like 87% full. Because we had that many leftover baby clothes.
So did you guys not put any qualifiers on gifts?
There were no clothes on the list whatsoever. So we had a baby registry. The wife did a great job of just mostly practical things that we could use, that we need, that, these are going to come in very handy. There were not a lot of clothing items on there, to my knowledge, and so that was just people shooting from the hip. We're going to buy you a lot of baby clothes.
So people going off the registry.
Off the registry.
Not cash,
going
not
to a baby clothes store and just,
wow.
this looks like a cute outfit. Let's bring this one in.
So the question becomes, how many of these people are significant enough where you've got to keep that outfit around for when they come to visit?
That is a great follow-up question.
Do you have to put the new baby in
the outfit? Are these like aunts and uncles and grandparents?
It's a great question.
He's not going to reveal
I'm not going to name the names.
You don't have to name names.
Names will not be named.
Are they close?
But don't worry. When we went through the first thing we did, we got home, put Teddy down for a nap.
But did you and the wife have to go through and go, okay, let's
hold on to this one.
Aunt so-and-so or
they might
my sister or whatever.
Yep, that's exactly what we did. There were about 3 individuals who bought things, not a lot. Some of them just like one shirt here or there. They were like, let's hold on to that one just in case somebody asks about that. Because some of them you're like, there was a big brother, little brother shirt that matched. You're like, okay, that'd be kind of cute. We can hold on to that. I'm all right with that. It's mainly the big outfits and the pants and all that stuff that comes with it.
Geez.
Yeah, exactly. I would say about 3 or 4 of the individuals we made sure to just set it aside just in case. Save a spot in the dresser for it.
Because when they show up for Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Yay, nay. Put it over in that pile.
Exactly.
Nope, we're not going to wear that one. That one's not going to happen. Nope, we'll return that one for some cash.
Because you'll get asked about it if they show up.
Exactly. You got to be careful with
Where's
that.
Where's the cute little thing?
Remember that thing I bought him? Is he going to wear that for Christmas this year? No, he's not.
I'm going to put that as our first poll question. What's your attitude starting your Monday? Yay or nay?
Is it a yay or a nay? It's a nay. Put it in the nay pile. That'll go over there. Yeah, throw that one back in the bag. We're not going to. Don't take the tags off that one. That one's not going to get worn.
I think you realized this beforehand, but I think it really, really reveals itself in these moments. I may have even said this to you on or off the air. I don't remember. But as you go on with this, And the closer you creep in with getting a second kid in your life.
Yes, we're almost there. It made it feel very real this weekend. When you have the baby shower, you're like, oh, yeah.
Well, you look at the calendar, buddy, and
it's almost go time here, man.
You'll be leaving the show here soon.
It's almost go
We
time.
could be a month out.
About a month out.
Very well could be, yeah.
You have realized now fully, if you hadn't already, and you probably had, but you've realized fully, even before seeing this child, how number 2 unfortunately suffers in many ways.
Without a doubt,
of like,
dude.
I love you equally,
Yes.
but I don't want to do a lot of what I did last time.
No.
And don't take what I did last time as a barometer that I love him more.
Yes. It's not that. Yeah, it's 100% spot on. Also, just the reality of like how many things you end up getting at your first baby shower. We were joking about this yesterday, that you never end up using or taking out of the box. And it's overwhelming because at the time when you're having your first kid, you have no idea, right? Am I going to need this? Am I not? Like a good example of this. Did you ever use a bottle warmer for your kids?
I think we had. I want to say yeah, but then I think we morphed. I think my wife hates when I don't remember stuff like this.
Right. I mean, it was a long time ago now.
I want to say we kind of did the old school boiling pot of water.
Put the bottle in the hot water for a second or something?
Yeah. Or micro. I don't even remember.
So these are one of the things.
crazy.
Now, maybe kid number 2 is different. I have no idea. But that's one of those, like, yeah, you got to have a bottle warmer in case the kid wants warm. We never once warmed a bottle for Teddy. His entire, for the however long we were doing overnight feeds and all that, never once. He'd take the cold bottle and he'd be perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, maybe I didn't even warm up the bottle. It was more just like make sure.
Like some kids, I guess, want more warm milk, so maybe number 2 is that way, and we're going to need it. But it's little things like that you don't realize when you're opening the first time around at the baby shower. You're like, oh, thank you, this is very useful. And then it just sits on a counter for like 8 months, and you realize, wait a minute, we haven't touched that thing for 8 months. Let's go ahead and put it in another box. So you know what you need the second time around. It's also the idea of when you open things, the cluttering just piles, and you're just like, God, now I got to find a place for that. God, where's that going to go?
Yeah.
How many times are we going to play with that? Now, everybody was very nice because people brought, because Teddy Ballgame was there. He was the star of the show. Everybody wanted to see Teddy. He's running around. He's having a great time.
Yeah.
Opening up gifts. Some people brought him gifts yesterday, too, so that was great. So he had little things to open and play with. So that was wonderful. But for baby stuff, there's a lot of it. You're just like, we didn't use that last time. We don't need that this time.
Well, yeah.
And now it's just going to hold a space in a cupboard until we get rid of it.
You learn a lot from the first kid, and you learn like, okay, this was kind of overrated. This was absolutely useless.
Right.
You're going to have to always, as you go, try to keep up. Otherwise, they're both 6 and 8, and you're like, we're buried in stuff.
Why do we have so much
I'm
stuff?
wasting every weekend of my life getting rid of stuff.
Every weekend's a spring cleaning.
The important thing, and I think this will be easy for you guys, so our kids are 4 years apart. Just a little shy of 4.5, actually.
Okay.
Because one was unexpected, one was more planned,
Sure.
one we were really poor, one we were like, all right, we can make a living.
I think we can have another kid.
Right, yeah, we can afford it.
Hey, we can do it.
Your kids, because they're closer in age, you always have to think about, like, Teddy Ballgame's going to love this kid, but also there's going to be a little like, yo, look at me too.
Yeah,
look at me.
What about me?
It's not, now he's got a little animosity towards this kid.
Nobody's paying attention to me anymore.
Whereas I think he's at a fun age for you, because I think you lean more me of like, babies kind of suck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to be healthy, but babies suck.
Yeah.
So you get to go to the park and let Teddy hit some balls and
it's fantastic.
catch fly balls or throw the football while mom gets to lay and relax with the baby and let him sleep. You know what I mean?
Right. The idea of parenting now for a 2.5-year-old, going to be 3 in January, is so much more enjoyable than it was 2 years ago.
It's
not
better.
It's not even a debate. Man.
It's not.
I remember when I found out that we were having the second kid, we were in the midst of one of those like, he's throwing tantrums, we're not sleeping, and I remember there was a brief moment of like, oh God, here we go again. And now that Teddy's to the point where he's at, it's like, I can't wait to do this. We just got to crawl through the Shawshank Redemption tunnel of poo in order to get there. Because once they get to this age, there's some slight, not listening or talking back. There's constant haggling. Like there's little things that come with having a 2.5-year-old. But man, it is not even close to the joy level of being a parent for a kid who you can communicate with and talk with, who has a personality. They giggle, they laugh, they love to play games. Like it's night and day, man. Night and day.
The baby propaganda's out of
it's out of control.
It's
dude.
out of control. You really you just love to snuggle and you love to smell the inside of their mouth.
Yes.
That's the only benefit babies give you.
Just
They wake
lame.
you up. They ruin your sleep. They crap in their pants.
Constant dumping.
They can't talk.
No, there's nothing there.
You know, when they start to show personality at the end of the first year, you start to go, okay, here we go.
Gives you a little smile every now
But
and then.
dude, those first X amount of months are just so overrated. I hate to say it. I love my kids. I love being a father, but I
know. It's on the horizon for me, man. On the horizon for me. You got to get through that. It will be nice, though, knowing, like, when we get through phases this time of, like, okay, I don't have to do that again. That makes me feel good.
Oh, yeah.
Like, once you get through a certain, like, all right, we're not doing feeds every 2 hours, for example. Like, I got to wake up at 10, 12, 2, and 4. And then you're like, hey, I don't have to do that again because this will be the last one. So that'll be an encouraging thought as we go through every major milestone.
I had a real realization this weekend. I snuck in a golf round.
Yes,
on
you
Sunday.
did. I was jealous of you last night.
Dude.
Glendevere?
Glendo East.
Yep.
Nice.
Shot
I
in
could
the 80s.
recognize. Hey, there you
Beautiful.
go. Look at that. Well done.
I'll say this. This is not Glendo's fault. I will always play at Glendo East. A little bit of hard pan in spots that I'm like, it shouldn't be hard pan here, but I get it. Water droughts, all that stuff. Conserve your water.
That time of year. It's been dry out for a bit.
Hit good punch shots. You get rollouts, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this because my buddy I was golfing with was asking, like, hey, dude, Dirt's about to have the second kid. I go, I know. He's going to miss football season. And he chastised a baseball player once for missing playoff games.
Daniel Murphy. Time your kid. What the hell's the matter with you?
And he was
postseason.
He was just asking about how you have the second kid, how ready for everything you are. And it really, really hit me, like truly hit me. It's funny how separated in life we are. You are literally about to have a second child. My oldest is about to enter high school.
High school.
And I like that gap. I knew it existed, but it like hit
Yeah.
my brain in a way that was
Right.
like, whoa.
And I was out last weekend having beers with my son
Yes,
at a
you
bar.
were.
You're drinking with your son.
You're about to be a grandfather, man.
That's not
Come on.
happening anytime
Whoa.
soon.
Hey, you never know. You never know. I'm just saying. You never know.
Look, he has to deal with the
Planned,
age
unplanned.
jokes.
You never know.
The day he announces he's a grandfather,
Oh, it's
it's
gonna be a tough
over
one.
for old balls over there.
That's
man.
going to be a tough one over there. That's going to be hard to overcome.
Yeah, he'll be excited about it, but that's going to be a tough one on the show's purposes. But never in my life had I
Well, I would
realized.
say if that news comes in the near future, it is a massive surprise.
Yeah, shocking.
Probably
upset.
a massive surprise to my son as well.
Welcome to the massive surprise
It's
club,
happened.
bud. It happens.
It can happen, man. That's all I'm saying. It
Hey,
can happen.
the goalie didn't stop the shot.
I did have
What?
that. I had the same thought last night because it's funny. A neighbor's trying to play golf with me this week, and we got an ultrasound that day, and so it's like not going to work. But I appreciate the invites when I get them.
Yeah.
And I did have that same thought as you texted a picture of you on whatever hole you were on.
17, baby.
On
Had a
17,
birdie
coming
putt.
home, twilight round of golf. I'm looking through the fair. I'm looking like zooming in on the picture of like, yep, I know what course that is. I think I know what hole that is.
I love being able to identify
Yes,
our local
you
munis.
see it immediately,
Yes.
and then I'm like, I'm unpacking a nursery right now. This is great. I'm having a great time. It's so much fun.
The funniest thing was
So
my
much fun.
oldest was at home, like doing things in her room, getting ready for high school because she's a couple weeks away, and my youngest is having a sleepover. Neither even care
Where you are,
They
what
don't-
you're doing,
yeah,
you're
nothing.
not needed in any way,
Dude,
shape, or form.
I'm living. I'm going to be busy here in the next couple weeks, but
yes. School and practice, like that's where it
I'm getting
comes
a
on the other
peekaboo
side of it.
The empty nest life of
Yeah.
like I can just go do this and nobody will be really impacted by it.
Wait till the oldest gets her driver's license too.
We have to. Well, I got her the DMV
Permit
book.
time. You got to get.
She wants to get her permit right when she turns 15
the
in
way you should do
January.
it. Yeah, get it right out of the gate.
And I think, and I look, my wife can ridicule a lot of things about me. I think because of the difference of driver in the house, I have to be the one.
You're the one that does it.
Yeah, I think so.
You take it to a parking lot, figure it out.
That's what I told her. I
Yeah.
said, we'll just start in empty school parking lots. No worries.
Go on the weekend when nobody's there. It's wide open. Go park. Go pull out. Do the things you need to do.
It's going to be very tough to manage the anxiety levels of, oh my God, she just curbed my car.
No.
I took my buddy who I golfed with yesterday, his kid, when he was getting his permit. I took him in my last car, just showed up. He got his permit. I said, let's go, dude.
Let's go drive.
And I took him with my friend to our school parking lot, and it was completely empty. And the amount of like, oh my God, stop.
In an empty parking
In
lot.
an empty parking
There's
lot.
nothing to even hit. There's no cars here.
Yeah, but it was like the widest of turn.
You got to keep. No. Keep
and
going.
my buddy's just laughing in the back, and I'm like, oh my God, what is happening right now?
How did I get to this stage in life?
Well,
that was me. I was the one driving the car. My mom was yelling at me.
He's a good driver now.
Now it's the other way around.
Yeah.
School of Hard Knocks. Can we talk about your lumberjack content yet?
We can, yeah.
Your hot dad lumberjack content, cutting some wood this weekend.
I should have known somebody was going to make actual online content about that. That was...
Yeah, we get the fence in. The fence is all done.
Dude, the fence is done. My buddy John came over, so he was supposed to come over today or Tuesday, just depending on the day.
Right.
This dude is a maniac, by the way. A behemoth of a human. We had to take it down Thursday night. And I think I mentioned it on Friday's program of the
you're
sections.
Worried. Some of the dogs are going to run into your backyard because they weren't answering their door.
I mean, we're talking 80 to 120 pound sections of wood fencing that's half falling off. And he's just nonchalantly grabbing it one-armed, putting it over his shoulder. And he's like, here, take it. And I'm like, ah!
Trying to hold it over your head.
So when we had to do the fence, so the worst part of building a fence, have you built a fence?
Not like every step of the way, but I've helped build a fence before. It's a pain in the ass.
I don't even know where to begin of how much I loathe fence posts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Getting them down there, getting the concrete in, making sure they're level, lined up where they need to be.
We have hard clay, rock, root ground. We don't have nice, grassy, mulchy dirt. It's like... So we're digging with these like scoopers.
Yeah,
these
I know the tool you're talking about.
It's a weird thing.
The post hole digger.
The post
diggers,
digger.
yeah.
You dig it in, and then you got to open it
Right.
to scoop the dirt, and then lift it out without dropping the dirt.
Yeah.
Right.
We're getting maybe 4 inches after like 80 different.
Feels like
you
you're
know,
just
swings.
jamming it into concrete.
So we're just like, we have to go rent an auger.
Yeah.
So we run to a Home Depot. We get an auger with an 8 and 6 inch bit. I had never used this machine. It's a 2-man one. The whole weekend. We have 4 gentlemen, all big people, sitting on this machine just to dig
down far enough to where you need to get the post.
Just a pain in my ever-loving ass. Just unbelievably, my hands were like...
Yeah. You feel the reverberation even when
Dude.
you're long after you're done. You're like sitting there at dinner and you can still feel your arms shaking while you're trying to eat some food.
The worst was Saturday. We had one more hole to dig, and then we were going to start laying the boards, which is just basically just quick, right?
Yeah.
We have to dig one hole, and it's by 2 trees, and there's nothing but root.
Oh, no.
And I'm with just him. It's just me and him in the morning, Saturday morning.
Let's go.
And he's like, let's do this. And he doesn't drink coffee, but he looks like he's absolutely angry at the world. So it takes him about an hour to wake up.
Yeah.
And again, he's like 6'4".
He's looked like a big
270.
guy. According to the Instagram content, looked like a large human being.
What's the guy in Harry Potter?
Oh, Hagrid?
He looks like Hagrid.
Yeah.
But bald.
Right.
And, I don't. So then it's me and him on the auger. I'm on the gas part. It's like a motorcycle. We're digging down, and I'm looking at him waiting to say stop because there's nothing but root. And he's just looking at me, and he's just like, keep going, keep going. And I'm now, he's like adjusting me. He sits his fat ass on the machine.
Put a little extra pressure and weight on that thing.
And guess what's happening? It's kicking at me. And now I'm going into a tree. And I'm like holding the gas. I'm like, God, just hold it. Just do. And he's just like looking at me, sitting on it, and it's just like vibrating. He's like riding a horsey.
Somebody needs a GIF.
And I'm in here, I'm just like gassing, like, oh, hoping I don't die into this tree.
We need some drops and some GIFs.
It's ridiculous.
You get those holes dug? Did you get the posts in?
We got it in.
Yeah, you got it in.
I hated it. I mean, but I'll say this. I hated that part.
Once you're done with it, how good does that feel?
Oh, dude.
Like walking out, looking in your backyard, and you're like, yes. I don't have to worry about this thing falling over. My dog's not running away.
It's glorious.
I got good privacy again.
I didn't do a good neighbor fence, and that's a debatable thing.
Ooh.
We have a money situation looming.
Ooh.
We lost our lizard in the process of this, by
Lizard.
the way.
I did see the lizard escape this weekend.
For like a whole day.
Couldn't find that bastard.
Found it under a deck next to a raccoon skull.
Oh, hey.
What an experience I had. What a weekend.
Hell of a weekend for the Sprague household, man.
Yeah. It's great, though. When you see a finished fence that you helped build,
God, dude. It's,
there's not a better feeling in the world.
If you think like pressure washing is a good feeling, it certainly is. When you walk out and you're like, look at that driveway. It's clean, not a spot
dude.
there. Nothing, the fence build, nothing compares to that.
He came over yesterday. I was golfing. He texted me and my wife, hey, I'm finishing the gate, because we had one little gate to
Little
do.
small section, yeah.
And, it's still an hour of time.
Yeah.
And he went to the coast to do more hard manual labor.
Came back to come finish your gate.
And he just did it, and I felt terrible. I wasn't home.
You're sweating over a
on
7-iron.
14, dude. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to break 90
I got a birdie putt here, but thanks for finishing my gate,
Dude,
man.
we're dancing to the low 80s right now, bud. I don't know what you want me to do. I can't abandon this round. But he got it done. It's all the way finished. Now we got to stain the the fence.
Got to make sure you stain it so the wood lasts a long time.
We'll do it after Hood to Coast, and it's great. There's not a better feeling in the world than being able to do something like that. I never thought I'd build my own fence.
To accomplish it and get it all done.
God, it's such a good feeling, dude.
Look at you guys over there. Hell of a weekend.
Hell of a weekend for both of us.
Hell of a weekend.
Well, we got a lot to get to on the old sports gambit. A lot of non-important football things. Swag watched the whole Seahawks game.
Some people sucked this weekend. That's a little bit alarming.
I want to talk about that today. Well, depending on who you're talking about, because that could go for, I guess, for a couple
Could
different
go for
people.
a lot of different ways.
But somebody booed. We got college football beginning this weekend. Loaded show. Let's get it going. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, with all the starters resting, the Seahawks grabbed a 16-3 lead on the Titans midway through the first half before they called off the Dogs in preseason game number 2. Seattle would fall to Tennessee 19-16, but are more concerned about the injury to second-round draft pick safety Bud Clark. He suffered a broken ankle early in the game and is expected to miss several months. Portland Fire's playoff chances all but extinguished against the Washington Mystics Sunday afternoon. They gave up 40 points in the fourth quarter in a 105-100 loss. The Mystics clinched a playoff spot, and now the Fire visit the Wings in Dallas on Tuesday. Former Duck Wyndham Clark started the final round of the BMW Championship with a 5-shot lead. Couldn't make a birdie through 15 holes. Was tied with Rory McIlroy before birdieing the final 3 holes to win his 3rd event of the season at 17 under par. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague with you. Happy Monday morning, August the 24th. You know, final thing I would say, too, is like the feeling of accomplishing something that you hate doing is quite the feat.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you can't match that feeling.
It's a pain in the ass. It's brutal to get through. It's also really nice to have people who help you, who push through the lulls and the moments where you don't want to keep going. Because anytime I do a house project, I certainly have that. After like 4 hours, you're like, dude, can we just be done for a little bit? I'm ready for a break. And if you're working with somebody like you were, and I have people like that in my life, it's like, thank God that they're there.
Yeah.
Because I would be the guy who would be like, all right, that's it for the day. Let's pack it up. I want to we'll do some more tomorrow. And the project would take like 3 weeks in order to finish. And instead, you got a horrible weekend, right? It's sun up to sundown, basically. But then you're done, and it's all over, and now you don't have to worry about it
See,
anymore.
that was the thing that was interesting is, like, I dread doing the work, but once we start, I'm like...
Enjoying it?
Well, I'm not...
Getting some sweat on?
I'm in.
Makes you feel like you're accomplishing something?
Well, yeah, because you could start to see... When the posts were finally set and we'd gotten through everything,
right.
It was like, oh.
Boards start going up.
And
You're like, dude, we're a quarter away done. Let's keep going.
I had to return that auger, and when I came back, he just started on the boards.
Yeah.
I had a huge section. I'm like, whoa, I have a fence.
Look at that. One side is now blocked off.
And it was just like, you're right to have somebody there that knows what they're doing. And then, like, one of his childhood best friends randomly showed up to help Friday, which was huge.
Just popping over. Let's build a fence.
My brother-in-law showed up both days.
Right.
Huge. And then my neighbor behind that has the dogs that I hadn't met.
Oh.
My wife we'd gone around to the houses that needed to help pitch in. He just showed up Friday, unsolicited, introduced himself, and then said, let me know how much it costs. Like, do you guys want help? He had skipped out on work, so he had nothing to do.
That ends up being a nice little pleasant surprise there. From what you thought those neighbors could be to somebody helping out with the fence.
I didn't know what they would be.
This is fantastic.
But he showed up with his golf cart and beer and provided a lot of...
Just cruising around the neighborhood in a golf cart.
He's got a huge lifted golf cart that he got for free from work, and he put big tires on it, and he showed it because it's right around the corner.
Just come pop over.
And he just kept offering beer to everybody that wanted beer.
I mean, that's a handy guy to have when you're building a fence, and it's a little hot out, little toasty, and you're like,
great.
You know what, let's take a break. Have a cold one now.
It was very nice. And then we found out late last night, one of our neighbors is going to help, and that's a big section of the fence they're financially going to help with.
Sure.
I still have to hit him up, but he said he was fine to help. But people are now saying... if you have a neighbor that owes you a few $100s of a fence, do you reach out to them to get the money, or because they helped you an entire day? So my friends were basically saying you should just not
let it go because they came over and helped put the thing up.
But my thought is, I got all the supplies.
Yeah, they're still getting the best. One day at work is very helpful. You also worked the entire weekend, and they are getting a free fence out of it if they don't pay anything.
It's about 18 feet of fence.
That's a good size right there.
And it's kind of blocked, so he can't actually see much of it.
Right.
But it's still 18 feet of fence.
Yeah, if they're offering to help, I would follow back up with the hard part would be like, how many times do you do it until you stop if they don't pay you? Like, how persistent will you be in that regard? Like, how many texts are you going to send before you're like, all right, that clearly is not going to happen?
Probably not very many. I'm not like that.
It's really easy for people to be like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll help out. And then push comes to shove and you send like a Venmo request for $400.
And it never,
shows up.
Unanswered.
Like, do I text him again? Do I remind him again? Like, I'm with you. I'd probably do it once, like maybe one more time. Like, hey, just quick follow-up. If you want to help out for the fence, we'd love to have your help. And then you kind of got to let it go. I don't think a day of labor, though, gives you a free fence. I don't think that's the trade-off.
Well, to be fair, he wasn't trying to suggest.
No.
He said he offered his labor and to hit him up for the fence
Which
costs.
is what you should do as
That's
a good
what I
neighbor,
thought.
man. Like, if I had a neighbor that called and said, hey, we're putting up a fence along your property line. I would offer both. Like, hey, what's it going to take? I'm not paying for the whole thing, obviously, but I'll pay for my section. And then, yeah, you need some help. Like, we're around this weekend. We got nothing going on. I'll bring a nail gun over. Let's do this thing.
Well, and so another big section of the fence is a neighbor directly behind us. The wife talks to her, and the lady goes, I wish you would have told me about this sooner. I don't have the money.
Oh.
I was like, okay, that's kind of fair. We did wait very last minute to let you know.
Yeah. How does talking to her sooner, though, help her with the money problem?
She says she wouldn't have spent some of the money.
Ah, okay.
So we calculated her total, and her total, again, it's a decent section, but for what we're asking her to pay.
Right, because you're not asking for the whole thing.
It's not even $1,000.
Yeah.
Right? And I get everybody's different financially. We're not all sitting in the same spots here.
Sure.
But it's a few $100s. It's not like close to $1,000. It's a few hundred. And so our thought is like, what if we go to her with a little less than even that? Is she just not going to pay anything?
Right, $100. Is that acceptable? Is that too much to ask for?
That's a huge discount for the amount of fence we're sharing.
Right, that's a massive discount.
And we did all the work.
Yeah, and that person's getting a free fence out of this deal.
And she was on the hard tree line root area that we were, working our butts off on.
You're over there with your jackhammer all week, trying to get that thing in the ground.
Have you ever run an auger?
I've never run an auger before, no.
Have you, Swag, ever run an auger? Hey, you're Lake
What
Oswego.
a youth.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
a youth.
Lake Oswego, it's all cement. We don't do that.
I love the facial reaction. Are you kidding me? Look at me. Do I look?
Well, that was more
as
about
I'm wearing my relaxed unbuttoned polo this morning. No, I have not run an
My
auger.
brother's run every single piece of equipment. He worked in landscape and all that stuff. So yeah.
Oh, dude, that was my first experience.
Jeez, oh Pete.
But yeah, me, come on.
Dude, it's a full body vibrator is how I would describe it. Like you're just on for the ride, and if you enjoy it, you enjoy it.
Hold on for dear life, man. Don't let that thing go. Keep cranking that gas.
But yeah, I just kind of think like I'm not going to press you for it, but like also if we give you a $300 type of bill,
it also the idea of I don't have the money right now.
We told her we'd do payments.
Yeah, like
if
so
you're
never gonna have
$50 installments, whatever. Like just chip in for this.
We're not gonna have the money 4 months from now. We're not gonna have the money a year from now. What about when your tax return hits? Huh? You getting a tax return this year? Do you have any kids?
I don't know.
I know you're bringing some cash home from the government. And at that point, can I get my couple $100?
I don't know.
There's an idea here of if the fence is in bad enough shape, you would wish that every neighbor would be in unison of like, let's do this together. That would be the perfect world of like, let's split it, right? And then you don't have to worry about what side's facing what. You give everybody a good look inside of the fence if you need to and all that kind of stuff. Not paying for a fence would make me feel so incredibly guilty. Like if I had a neighbor that called and was like, hey, we're putting this in, and you gave them that, no, I'm not going to help pay, and then you're watching them work all weekend, you're watching the fence go up, you're watching them tear the other one down, you walk out into your backyard this morning as you're sipping your coffee and you're like, I got a new fence up and I didn't pay a dime for it, I couldn't sleep at night. It would make me feel too guilty.
I tend to agree with you, yes.
Even if you didn't have the funds right away, like we've all been in tough financial spots of like, I can't afford all this. Like, hey, how about I give you $50 a month until we're paid off here? I could afford that, right? And then you just add it up and here you go. I'll Venmo you $50 at the first of every month. And then by the time we get to whatever month, it'll be fully paid off.
The other thing I'd say too, finally on this is like, no matter what point, like I hate dry hands. And I had to lay a lot of dry concrete that we would harden. So it's getting all over me, dirt. I always have to have like some moisture. I get my hands wet. It's why I'm a soy boy.
You got to go sanitize after that, put some lotion on.
I hate those things, but like the actual endeavor of being in the moment, as miserable as it might be in the heat, you're also like, there's a weird camaraderie you're sharing with people.
It's like a team bonding experience.
We're all going through the crap. It's why I love Hood to Coast, to be honest. We all hurt. We're all sore. We're all
Right.
miserable. We don't want to run that final leg.
Right, but you encourage each other. You get
Yeah.
through it together. You have some jokes.
You high-five
you
each
know.
other when you finish.
Yeah, a little levity here or there to kind of keep everybody in a good mood.
Exactly. There is something to be said about being out in the S with other people, getting something big done like that.
You're in the fire, man.
I also broke my water main. That was great.
Oops.
Yeah, turns out the auger went a little too in the wrong spot and a little too deep because my brother-in-law was like,
cut it!
I couldn't hear. I'm just like on the gas throttling. I look up and I look down. Water is pouring from the bottom up. We pull it out. It's just filling. We had to run to the street, turn my water off.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
But when you have a John,
he knows what to do.
he fixed that pipe within an hour. My water was right back on.
How about that?
I didn't know what to do.
Dude, this guy's a superhero, man.
Superhero.
We need more Johns in our lives.
But like when you have a big friend named John, you got to give him a cape, but it's got to be a comically tiny cape.
Yeah,
that
a little
would go
baby
on like
cape.
Teddy Ball Game.
yeah, a little tiny 2-year-old cape.
Yeah.
It just goes basically past his, high upper back, about
Exactly.
halfway down.
And then he can spin it around and it's a bib when he eats.
Yeah, it'd be perfect for his beard. That's what you need. So quite the experience this weekend. NFL happened this weekend.
The NFL did happen, man. Week 2 of the preseason. Did we watch a lot of football this weekend?
No.
I
No.
did see Bo's. Bo had a nice.
I was
little
watching
drive.
that Friday night.
I'm
Yeah.
starting to reconsider things, man. I want to see how the season goes. I'm probably the most stumped on that team. Not in the I don't have a take thing, but more by how people are viewing them.
Like how
Their
good.
over-under's 9.5, and I
Yeah.
just can't.
It's a hard one to comprehend.
Their defense is going to be elite unless they
Right.
suffer injury.
Yes, it is. They added a weapon on the outside, and they've had good quarterback play the last 2 years. He has not gone through one of these. Like, we've seen a lot of the other guys in that. Jaden Daniels, great year 1, non-existent year 2, right?
He
You're
had a
like,
slow little start for the first few games, but he
Right.
got it going after that in year 1.
right.
So so
He wasn't the most efficient, but he had a good season, and they went to the AFC title
you
game,
have
and he
a
couldn't play.
veteran, experienced, offensive-minded coach who should be able to figure it out.
You have a good offensive line.
Yeah, what am I
Can they
missing
not run
here?
the football? Is that
They
the deal?
drafted who did they draft?
God.
I always
I
get
know who you're
the
talking
Hampton
about.
and the other guy mixed up in my head.
I know you're talking
They
about.
drafted somebody last year.
Yeah. Is it a divisional thing?
What is your chief opinion? I don't know what to make of the Chiefs.
I don't know what to make of the Chiefs. I certainly
I don't think the Raiders are going to be amazing. Gentry's
No.
out now with a sprained ankle.
Yeah, they're running back.
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins.
Well, there was
R.J. Harvey.
R.J.
Jonah,
Harvey.
Yeah, and
They
then
drafted
took
R.J. Harvey.
Jonah Coleman, I think, has played pretty good for him too.
There
in the
you go.
preseason
So they
as
got
well.
a little like 3-headed monster in the backfield.
Yeah, 9.5 seems low. I'm sure that, obviously they're playing in one of the toughest divisions, if not the toughest, in the NFL.
Let me ask you this. Let's do
but-
some show research on the fly because I didn't text this to you guys about doing this. I want to go through during the break, find a bet you feel more confident in. I don't know. Maybe you're not with me. You can let me know on the other side. I think that's the one for me of all the teams in the NFL, unless you want to fade some high-level, high-win team because it's too many wins.
Right.
I don't know if I feel better about making a bet on over-unders in the NFL than I do about the Denver Broncos at 9.5. I just don't. I don't see it going into the season, and we're wrong all the time. I don't see how they're not at a minimum 10-7 given what we know about the weapons. We can debate Waddle, St. Brown. That's a great addition to the offense with Sutton and company.
Yep.
The offensive line, the defense, try to find me something during the break, a team that you feel more confident in betting over-under-wise in the National Football League. We talk about that on the other side because Bo Nix and the Broncos, who cares if they didn't win? When he played, they had a tremendous little series there, and he got a touchdown.
Yeah, nice touchdown pass early in the game.
So we could talk about that on the other side. The NFL had a lot of preseason action happen this weekend. Give you some injury updates as well. And then Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague at the top of the hour. We're back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
Guy finishes work, man. Come on. So we pay him to do.
Fence building and NFL
5-yard
coverage.
penalty. False start.
On
Move
the
it back.
fan. Shut up! I'm doing
God,
a read.
I'm doing a read over here, man.
Fence and football coverage on the fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. The dirty poll rolls on.
Yes, it does.
The number 10 team in the land.
We're into the top 10 today, baby.
We've teased who the guest is, but we on air will not say who it is because most of you are not on the internet like that.
Got to be on social media. I will say it's going to be a surprise. Dun, dun, dun.
I will raise my hand and tell you legitimately was shocked.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
Maybe I'm into quarterbacks with high numbers. There's a tease for you.
Well, that's a whole other. I actually am going to lead the interview with that question.
Does that lead you to question their results on and off the field?
Every week.
Yep.
Every single week.
Yep.
So we'll get to that coming up. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. And it's football week. We got college football is here, ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
right.
Let's go, baby.
Week
We
zero.
will have on this very station Saturday morning, 11:30 a.m. San Jose State at USC.
What?
How about that?
It's so good.
And I will watch a lot of it.
Yeah, you got Hood to Coast this week, right? Is this everything's going full steam ahead?
We usually got early start time. We get into the seaside area by noon.
Are you out
yeah.
Friday?
I am out Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my last
No, that's okay.
last one till Christmas.
I think-
okay?
I think
Just
we can handle
looking
it.
for
We'll be all right.
clarification on the schedule.
Well,
Yeah.
I also have a little snafu. If our start time for the run does not change, because we're hoping to start a little earlier, but if it doesn't, I will be able to do maybe what I did last year.
Oh, get a phone call? Sprague in
Except
line?
I'm running down Timberline, the mountain. I'm running down the mountain. I start the race this year.
That'd be fantastic.
I've
Good
never done it
content.
before.
Let's go, baby.
So we'll see what happens on Friday. But we went through this. So what I'm looking for, if you're just tuning in, good morning, happy Monday. I'm looking for the what am I missing here type
Yeah.
of vibes here, right? Because we were talking about the Broncos. Bo Nix played Series 1, looked phenomenal, scored a touchdown. Denver's humming. Okay, who cares who wins and loses in preseason? And I have not been able to rack my brain about how to feel on the Denver Broncos over-under, which is 9.5. That was a 14-3 team last year.
Can I give you some thoughts?
Absolutely, because I'm looking for the,
What am I missing?
I'm feeling the complete opposite. I would have thought that number started at minimum at 10.5.
Yeah, this goes back to our over-unders do a great job of this. When we talked to Ken Barkley about our traps, and it's obviously a joke, but also there's a thought here, right, of like, why is that so low? Denver has won more games than that, I believe, each of the 2 years.
10 and 7 in Bo's year one.
Last year, they're the number one seed in the AFC, hosting the AFC title game, and with a healthy quarterback, they go to the Super Bowl. So how is that only 9.5? My guess would be, as I went through, because you were asking, kind of looking at the schedule, and I'm looking back at last year's, because you don't remember every significant detail of it. Their record in one-score games the last 2 years has been insane.
Well, 2 years ago it was the reverse, wasn't it? Weren't they like 2 and something, and then
I
last
thought
year
they were really
like
good.
10 and 1?
Last year, I know that they were elite. I'll go back and
They were
pull
the
up.
league leader in
Yes.
one-score games last year.
They beat Tennessee in a one-score game. They beat Philly in a one-score game. The Jets in a one-score game. The Giants in a one-score game. The Texans in a one-score game. The Raiders, the Chiefs, the Commanders, the Raiders again, the Packers.
That's 10.
The Chiefs, and then 19-3 last week of the season against the
So
Chargers.
that's 11 wins in one-score games.
In one-score
Look up
games.
their year before. I think it was not completely the reverse, but it was the opposite. They were like 1 and 7 or something.
So a year before, as I'm scrolling through, God, this is hard to do on the fly.
That's okay, sorry.
1 and 2, 1 and 3. Yeah, it looks like
They were like 1 and
Little
7
bit
or
different.
something in one-score games, and they completely reversed it. So to your point,
Yeah. So is there an ebb and flow here, right? Of like, those are not always going to go your way. You're going to get a bounce. You're going to get a break. There's going to be some play that happens, right? Somebody fumbles, whatever the case.
Right.
That leads you to lose that game, or you miss the field goal instead of making the field goal. So there are odds and ends there. There's also the general idea of just the health of the roster last year was pretty strong. Now, you look at other teams in the AFC West, that wasn't necessarily the case, right? The Chargers didn't have an offensive line the entire year. The Chiefs lose receivers running into each other right out of the gate, and they're out for a while. And so other teams felt like dealt with some significant injuries, and maybe that's part of it. You just feel like the injury bug's going to catch up with them. Because I'm with you. On paper, when I look at 9.5, I say I'm hammering the over. I also don't really know how to feel about the division right now, because I see the criticisms of Kansas City, and I understand them. They're not the boogeyman maybe that they used to be. I'm also not to the point with Patrick Mahomes playing a quarterback to just say, whatever, easy.
Totally fair.
Like, that's still a tough
fair.
win for me. The Chargers beat them head-to-head when they were healthy early in the season, and then they played the last week of the year, and I don't think the Chargers played their starters, but maybe I'm wrong on that. And the Raiders, look, Genty got banged up this week, and we could talk about that, but it doesn't sound like it's as significant, and I think they'll be slightly improved. How much? I don't know, but I think they'll be at least a bad, feisty team, if that makes sense. And so that's the other thing that I would go to, but I'm looking at over-unders is, how do I feel about the rest of the division? Because that's 6 of your games. Do I feel like they're all manageable? Are they all tough? This is the hard part I have with teams in the NFC West and their over-unders. Outside of the Cardinals, who are a clown show, there's no other easy wins in that division. And so your gauntlet to get there is much more challenging than it would be if you played in, per se, the NFC South.
Some pretty good ones out there. The Jags opened at 8.5.
Yeah.
And now it's up to 9.5, but same kind of thing of like looking in their division. We know the Texans are looming large.
One of my bets that I've already placed was weeks ago on the show. We were talking about Cleveland, and I'm glad I did because it's gone down. I got them at under 6.5.
We'll talk about Cleveland today.
The over-under is now at 5.5, and I'm glad I jumped on that one.
Well, yeah. Something happened this weekend, and I thought it was an absolute S-show, clown move, grifter, pathetic.
Enos Cantor?
You want to care about women? Why don't you show up to a Cleveland football game and protest Deshaun Watson being able to play in the National Football League, you clown?
Yeah,
Browns fans
are trying to protest that.
Yeah, they did. Good for them.
We've had enough of this stuff.
And by the way, Jimmy Haslam not cutting that Giannis check no more. You got money, bud.
Yeah.
Get him out of there. What are you doing? An
dead
absolute
money either
embarrassment.
way.
But you look at the NFL and the over-under numbers. The Bears are 9.5. That's an interesting one. Like, who do you feel more confident accomplishing the over of their win totals? The Bears or the Broncos? Both are 9.5. Me too.
I would, yeah.
Because I think the Lions are going to continue to be the Lions. The Vikings might be better now with a functional quarterback.
It's the same
and
divisional
the Packers
argument.
could be really good.
Everybody's really good. The one that stood out to me diving through outside of the Browns under, which I got at 6.5, and maybe I'm just drinking too much Kool-Aid on this team. I'm starting to get a little worried about how in on them I am. But they would have hit their over-under based on their number that they have for this season. They would have hit it literally last year. And we've gone through their quarterback play from last year. The Vikings are 8.5.
Yeah.
They won 9 games with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback and Max Brosmer and Carson Wentz.
Brosmer throwing the worst interception I still have ever seen in my life. A pick 6 in that Seahawks game.
Historically speaking, that is some of the worst quarterback play we have ever seen.
And they won
9 games.
Yeah,
and so I just have a really hard time seeing Kyler Murray being worse than that. I don't know how good or elite he will be, but I don't think he's going to be worse than that. And so that when I look at that number, I'm like, if they can hit it with J.J. McCarthy, they can hit it with Kyler Murray.
Yeah. The only number I saw was Falcons under 7.5.
That's a good one.
And
by the way, you know what it is now? On DraftKings, it's 4.5.
Ooh.
It opened at 7 on DraftKings, at least on Vegas Insider. It says it's 4.5.
Right now at DraftKings Sportsbook, I'm looking here. Under 7.5 is minus 140. Under 6.5 is plus 130.
Dude, what's under 4.5?
Under
I really
4.5 is plus 370.
That would be worth. That juice might be worth that squeeze. Them being a 4-win team would not shock me. Bijan, Goodyear, London, but there's a weird stench with the Falcons.
So they open at the Steelers. Who knows?
Here would be my question on Atlanta, because I'm picking up what you're putting down. Does any part of you want to see Penix in a preseason game before you place that bet?
Oh,
because Penix is going to be, if he's healthy,
he's going to be the starter.
He will be the starting quarterback.
Yeah,
like
he
this
got
Tua
cleared
stuff
to play.
is fun to make fun of, but he ain't playing this year.
But the other thing is, how reliable is it that he's going to be there for 17 games?
Yeah, not reliable at all. I totally get that.
If Tua has to come in, the season's over.
The Panthers, by the way.
You see Cooper Rush this weekend, though? He was lining up.
Panthers 7.5. That's a fun little playoffs team last year. And
what did they win? 8 games last year and make the playoffs?
Because the Falcons won the last game of the season because they lost to the Bucs to win the division.
Were they 8-9 hosting a playoff game last
year? The big question mark is the Saints.
Why is that a big question mark?
How much better do we think that they will progress?
Well, the problem is the injuries they've suffered.
Kamara's injury is a big deal.
So is Jordan Dyson's.
And Dyson, yeah.
Yeah.
So they lost a couple of offensive weapons for Shuck.
I might consider fading the Ravens a little bit. I certainly love Lamar. They're over-under being an 11.5.
That's a lot of wins, dude.
In a division where, like, Cleveland blows, we all know that they do, but their defense is going to be solid, and it's not an easy win for you.
Pittsburgh should be same as they've always been.
Right, which usually means one win against Baltimore every year, it feels
9-8,
like.
10-7,
and if Cincinnati has a pulse defensively, right? Like that's
Their under's 10.5.
That's a big number.
They've gone up against Denver.
Right? That might be one where you're like, I take a, but Lamar's had a hard time staying healthy. Like under 11.5 is, I'm rooting for Baltimore, but that's an appealing one.
Well, it's fun to have it back, even if preseason is completely meaningless. You suffer injuries, and that sucks. But it's fun to think about what these teams are going to be as we're just a couple weeks away. Loaded second hour. College football starts this weekend. The Dirty Pole rolls on. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague, hour 2 on the Fan.
Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, week 2 of the NFL preseason wrapped up with the Seahawks and Titans in Tennessee. Seattle with an early 16-3 lead with their second team unit going against a lot of the starters from Tennessee. They called off the Dogs. Ultimately, Tennessee would get a 19-16 win. Seattle more concerned about injuries suffered in the game. They've lost second-round draft pick safety Bud Clark for several months. He suffered a broken ankle. Elsewhere in the NFL, multiple reports coming out of Cleveland this morning that head coach Todd Monken has named Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback for Week 1 at Jacksonville. The Portland Fire's playoff chances all but extinguished Sunday against the Washington Mystics, who outscored Portland 40-30 in the fourth quarter for a 105-100 victory. The Mystics clinch a playoff spot. The Fire visit the Wings in Dallas on Tuesday. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hour number 2, 7:02 in the Rose City. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to 105.1 The Fan and what we like to call the Fan Sports Network. That's 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, and good morning to YouTube. Enjoy the swinging friar hat I'm wearing today.
It's a nice-looking hat.
Thank you.
It's a great logo.
It's just a fun kind of little, and it does actually have an SD thing, but it's a tiny little tag on the back, so it's like whatever.
You're okay repping that, right? It's a swinging friar.
Look, I had a lot to tee up here before we get to the cafe. Can we just say something out loud without being shamed for it?
Fire away. It's your show.
Do other people feel how I feel of like, I want to wear other team gear because I think it's just cool and not like I'm a fan of it?
Round of applause.
You're not going to wear Dodger gear.
It's a very brave, mature decision of you. It's okay to identify color schemes and logos and whatever that you think looks good, that you want to wear.
Right.
I have no issue with that whatsoever.
I have no real reason yet in my life to hate them. I think the Phoenix Suns have cool-ass gear.
Yeah.
They have a great logo. I like the Miami Heat logo.
Right.
And I know we're supposed to hate Miami Heat because of Dame Lillard trade.
Right.
But I really don't.
You go to Alonzo Mourning, Tim Hardaway.
Yes.
Right? Looks good back in the day.
Ronnie Cycli.
Come
on, man. What are we doing
Fighting
here?
the Knicks at Madison Square Garden.
Sean Leonard. P.J. Brown.
I'm 100% in agreement with you. There are some bridges that I will not cross. There are some teams that you will never wear.
Yeah.
I tend to have a general idea of if you've caused me pain or harm as a fan, I will never want to wear your gear. But if you have not, I don't care, dude.
How do you feel with the Rockets?
I got no beef with the Rockets.
Even though they beat us in the playoffs with Roy, and then we had the rematch, and
then we beat them, so it's kind of an eye for an eye. You know, Dame Lillard knocked them out of a series, and they knocked Brandon Roy and Greg Oden out of a series. We're even Steven there. I got no beef with the Houston Rockets.
College gear, I feel this way.
I'm mainly college gear. This is more of a college thing for me than pros. Although, NBA, I wouldn't wear a lot of random NBA gear.
Would you wear a Hornets thing? If
I got you
an old school Hornets T-shirt,
I'd wear a Hornets thing for sure. I'd have no issue with that.
Yeah.
This is mainly though. I'll go to go to home field or whatever because they're always coming out with new stuff that's way too expensive and it looks awesome and I want to buy it constantly. And you just stumble on a random team and you're like, dude, that Virginia Tech shirt is sweet. I want to buy that shirt. I have no beef with Virginia Tech. We've never played Virginia Tech. They're not beating me in anything.
The funny thing
They're
is
not a rival to win a championship.
If the future Franklin gets them to a playoff and
they
plays
beat us,
Oregon,
then you throw the shirt away.
Well,
then it's
can't.
gone.
It's $80.
At that point, the shirt's getting burned. We'll get rid of it. But
I also think, are hats different than a shirt or a jersey? If you have a hat.
Well, I'm not buying another team's jersey. I only have 2 or 3 of them.
That's
right
a part of the bridge that's too far from me. I won't own another jersey.
I still don't really
to own one.
wear jerseys at all.
No.
Anymore.
Mainly hats.
But even a T-shirt. I think hats are different. Hats are in a different class.
So a hat, acceptable.
I think you could get away other than the fact, like he said, like he's never wearing a Dodger hat. I'm never wearing a Giants.
No
hat.
doubt.
Never wear anything Husky related. Like, I'm out on that.
But
I
I
don't
have,
ban the color purple.
You know, a few of the ballparks I've been to, I have a Red Sox hat because I went to Fenway 100 years ago.
I think it's cool to go to places and get
Agree.
something. Like, I drove past Torrey Pines, and I almost got off the exit and was going to go to the store and buy a ball marker, and I'm like, I'm going to wait till I actually play it. When I'm somewhere, I want to get some kind of little memento.
But you went to Petco, you got a cool,
Yeah. Swinging Friar, you know, if you don't know what the Padres are, you wouldn't. Who's this bald guy hitting a bat?
There's an easy story there, too. It's not like I just randomly bought a Padre hat. It's like, no, we went on a family trip. We went to a game, had great seats, and I wanted to commemorate the trip.
Exactly.
I've been that way with golf polos for a long time. Like when you play someplace, or even when you're in certain pockets of the country. Like I had a South Carolina polo forever. I loved that thing.
Yeah.
It fit me like a glove. And then eventually the pit stains got so bad I couldn't wear it anymore. But it was a delightful polo, and I never thought twice about wearing something South Carolina related.
Also, too, like when you go to another place and your team is not playing in any way, what do you think I was doing at that Padre game?
You get into the vibe
They hit
of
a
it.
grand slam.
Yeah. People around you are high-fiving. You're part of the team.
I'm morphing into the home team that
Let's
night.
go, Friars.
Yeah. All right, let's step into the cafe. It's a delightful little Monday. Welcome into the cafe, Day Dirt and Sprague. On the menu today, our special is a thinly sliced steak scramble.
Ooh.
Got a little hash brown in there. Got a little thinly sliced prime rib.
Love it.
Or ribeye, excuse me.
I'm all in.
Scrambled eggs, green onions, a little regular onion, and then we've got a delightful little hot sauce you can put on top.
Love a good hot sauce on top.
And if you pay an extra $2, we give you 6 small street taco tortillas, and you can make breakfast.
I can make my own
if
tacos?
you want. $2 surcharge.
That's a win-win-win-win-win right there.
A lot going on in the cafe. Let's get it going.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that, and yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
That's Deshaun Watson, who, by the way, according to Jordan Schultz about 10 minutes ago, is now announced as the starting quarterback of the Browns despite being absolute dog water in that preseason game. He has not been good at all.
Oh, he's been terrible.
I don't know what they're doing here. I was listening to our guys, Ken Carmen in Cleveland. I love that show in the morning. And they're all like, he cannot start. And most of them were like, should he even still be a Brown? Like, let's get him out of here. The fan base hates him.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's genuinely not good.
No.
No.
It'd be one thing to put up with a bad character guy who was killing it. Because every fan base is guilty of that in some way, shape, or form, right? You end up rooting for a guy because he's elite at what he does. That was the funniest part about the quote. The idea that it's not performance-related. As if the fans of Cleveland would not be willing to look past the allegations and settlements that you had out of court if you were winning an MVP and taking them to the playoffs. Of course they would.
Every fan base
it's the
seemingly
NFL.
does.
That's how this works. Kansas City Chiefs fans for years look past the fact that Tyreek Hill punched his pregnant girlfriend in the stomach. Why? Because he was faster than hell, and he was lighting them up, and he was one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Like the winning and losing on the field is all that matters to 98% of football fans. And to act as if performance has nothing to do with this, when you've stolen $200 million from that organization, it's one of the most laughably bad takes I've ever seen.
Boos were loud in preseason. Wait till...
I have never felt better about a bet in my life than the under of 6.5 on Cleveland, especially today. When was the last time we saw a middle finger this big to a fan base? They just booed him off the field. He came out after the game, easy, and he said,
Tommy Two Nickels.
I hate these players.
El Cheapo. I mean, it's pretty...
Sure. What if we done this to the level of starting Deshaun Watson?
Well...
After the fan base booed him, and then he called out the fan base and basically said they're all terrible people. And the head coach came out and said, just play better. and then he names him the starter.
I can't believe they named him
He
the starter.
shouldn't be on the roster. There's no point.
He shouldn't be in the NFL.
No.
He's not good.
No, he's terrible.
He is absolutely washed.
He can't complete passes in a preseason game.
Can't believe it.
Velda takes the ball away, cuts back in central, finds DeCosta. DeCosta's left-footed shot, and the Timbers have scored in the 4th minute. David DeCosta, a second consecutive game with a goal, and Portland lead in the early going down at BMO Stadium.
Fletcher Johnson on the call. Timber Radio Network heard here on the Fan. Less than 5 minutes, we got some action down at LAFC. The problem was they scored in the 79th minute, and they damn near scored twice in the final minute of the match. Good defense and good hold for the Timbers.
They got that draw, though.
Who got a big draw on the road against LAFC.
Pantemis was amazing for them.
I thought he was the star. Pantemis.
Bombarded. And it was they didn't rotate much due to injuries after playing the week or in the middle of the week, getting a big win. So the fact they got a point down there in that situation is big, and now they've kind of caught up a little bit from the World Cup
hangover
break.
Yeah.
Well, they were playing every other week. You had Leagues Cup, so you were playing 2 matches a week. So they're trying to rotate. And they got some key injuries they got to work around.
Tell you, it's setting up right now to do exactly what Patrick said. Playoff race in the middle of Arkansas, Utah, and that's just going to be a conundrum unlike any other for football.
Morgan Scalley and Ryan Silverfield. We got a new coach at Arkansas. I'm intrigued. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest, and I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Vibes, baby.
That's why you pulled this, really. It's a great story.
One, two, three,
Yeah, I hate that team, but I can't help but I thought this was a really cool story. Offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, you're going to help me with his name here. Shiaz Pete?
I think that's how you say it.
I thought that's how you said it.
Pretty confident that's how you say it, but maybe not.
He became the first player from the Navajo Nation to sign with an NFL team. His head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, before that speech, basically was like, good stuff tonight, guys, but the most important thing, and then he brought him up to talk in front of the teammates in the locker room, and it's a really cool story. It's awesome that we still have things like this happening in sports.
For the first time, they were playing in Arizona this weekend, and I think a lot of his family and friends are from that area. And so he basically, in the preseason game, had an entire section to himself because there's not a lot of people at preseason games. And so they sold all those tickets. They all came they were cheering their balls off for him whenever he came in the game. I don't know enough about the Cowboys' depth and roster of whether or not he has a legitimate shot at making the team or not, but they're raving about the way he's playing in camp. These are the little stories along the way that I think it's one of the reasons we love a show like Hard Knocks, right? Like you follow a guy like this, his journey to try and make the roster, the impact that he's making on his family and on his community and on other Native Americans and giving them hope that maybe they could play in the NFL someday. And then, dude, that bar at the end of that speech, are you kidding me? We came together as strangers, but this locker room, this star, this uniform is going to make us brothers. That's a gold bar right there.
You are all in on the propaganda.
How about the Cowboys?
I can't believe this is happening.
When they
to
do
me.
it this year, oh my God. I'm going to be cackling in February watching the Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
Order up. Backcourt entry from Amor. He throws it in traffic. Bad pass. Carlton swats it away. Late three is good.
AJ Cannell, Fire Radio 910. Carla late, getting a 3 late, but it's a little too late for Carla and late and the Fire. As there's a lot of late in that. I didn't realize that until I started doing it.
Are we burying the lead here? Isn't the biggest story that they have smoldering lava outside of the stadium? They introduced their new mascot.
Oh, I missed the mascot.
You missed the mascot?
I missed the mascot.
It's the only part of the Fire stuff I saw this weekend. They have a new mascot.
Is it called Smoldering Lava?
Her name is Rose.
Rose the dragon, I believe.
The pink glitter-breathing dragon,
yes.
Bratty.
You know, it's weird. I keep being told it's better they're not the Rose City
Roses.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Instead, it should be Fire. It should be Portland. And I'm like, Rose City is very unique. It's cool. I think it'd be awesome to lean in. and then they unveil their mascot, and it's a rose.
Should have gone Forest Dragons, dude. They teased.
Not a great history for that name in the state of Oregon.
Oh, there's also not a great history for the Fire because they were here for like 2 years and then they left. So let's not act like that was a long run the first time around.
Oh yeah, here it is.
They got Rose the Dragon.
This looks like a Disney character.
They did a good job with like the teases of it. They set out like some smoke machine out front of the Moda Center.
Is she
and
gonna
it was
do like flips on trampoline the way that our cat does for the Blazers?
I don't know. It seems like it's a bit more of a cumbersome outfit. Like the cat.
Are there shorts under this skirt? That's a short skirt.
I don't know. Well, you got what? Are
They
there
didn't go
wings,
full
a
Mrs.
tail?
Matt.
What all you got going on there?
Yeah.
Mrs. Met.
Mrs. Matt's thick with 2 C's.
Smoke show Mrs. Met.
They did not
I'm a
go-
Braves fan and
Hey,
big
they're-
Mrs. Met fan.
Talk about opponent gear you would wear. Mrs. Met. Hello.
Fire are pretty close to being
The
completely
Fire, I
eliminated.
think if they lose on Tuesday to Dallas,
I think you're right on
That's
that.
what we wanted,
the
right?
Wings
Well,
will clinch the final playoff
They
spot.
didn't want that. We might have
No,
wanted.
but I also think, they had a couple of key injuries later in the season.
They've established themselves pretty well. I
But
think Sarama's
I think all
really
in all, they
shown he
were
can coach.
far more productive in their first year than we all thought when the expansion draft happened.
No doubt about it.
Two really tough injuries today. So Bud has a broken ankle, to my knowledge. Severity, I'm not sure, but he's going to be out multiple months. And then but we're gonna try to figure out what's going on with Mason. But we also think that's a major injury, a long-term injury. So two guys that we love, that play our style of ball, that are our type of guys. Teammates love them. Great teammates, great guys, great football players. They have great futures. It's a heartbreaker, honestly. We got 3 heartbreakers this week, which is tough.
There's Mike McDonald after the Seahawk-Titan preseason game from yesterday. The result doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's Bud Clark, their second-round pick.
Yeah.
Broke his ankle, left on an Aircast on a stretcher. He's going to be out months, and Bobo's going to be done for the year with a knee injury from their practice sessions together. Devastating news for the Seattle Seahawks, but Bud Clark was a rookie. I don't know how, he was more a 2 than he was going to be a 1. Bobo, a nice story. I think overall they'll still be all right, and they'll probably get Bud Clark back at the end of the year.
At some point, he'll be back. Yeah, but broken ankles are not season enders, so he'll be back at some point. At what point, we don't know, but likely in the back half of the year. This is the brutal part of preseason, man. You hate these updates when you get them if you're a fan of the team. You see a guy go down, you know immediately if you're watching the game that didn't look great. And you feel for the player because he's trying to make his way into the NFL. You also think about their secondary and their defense in the offseason where they lost a lot of their depth pieces and some of those guys signed for bigger deals elsewhere. And it's just part of winning a championship, right? Like you're going to lose some guys. And so you draft the replacements and then the replacement goes down. It highlights simply how difficult it is in the National Football League to go back-to-back and why it is such a rare thing that you get injuries like this. They had an offensive lineman go down in the game as well, who's not a starter but a depth piece for them. And so very banged up out of this weekend's game in Tennessee.
Not to pile on because it ended up being a nice weekend, but to stick in Seattle real quick before we move on with our last one. I saw the Mariners lost yesterday to the Cubbies 19-2. But they took the first two of the series.
First 2 were walk-offs.
Yeah. And by the way, they played Friday. They didn't. I don't know why we
play.
didn't piece that together. They never start a series on a Saturday. Bryce Miller, I saw this from ESPN Insights. Bryce Miller did something we have not seen in Major League Baseball in 136 years. By Seattle losing 19-2 on Sunday to the Cubbies,
They lost 19-2 yesterday.
he became the first pitcher since George Van Haltren of the 1890 Brooklyn Wonders to lose consecutive starts by at least 17 runs.
How do we not have a team named the Wonders anymore? That's solid right there.
How do we not have anybody named George Van Haltren?
What was it like watching him? I was waiting for that. I mean, that one just kind of set itself up.
Devastating, but at least they beat the
They
Cubbies
won the series.
in the season series.
who
or in
cares?
the home series.
A one-run loss counts the same as a 17-run
You're not
loss,
wrong.
so it's more about the embarrassment.
And finally, on Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague.
I think my messaging was set and clear, weeks ago. But I think that there's so much good things about this league and so many good things about the play of these players that if you come to a game, you should probably come to enjoy the basketball. And that seems pretty simple to me. I think these players deserve that and have earned that. And being a former basketball player, you should probably understand and feel that too.
That is Chicago Sky head coach Tyler Marsh backing his team. Enes Kanter was sitting courtside. wearing the definition of a woman T-shirt and decided to stand up and interrupt the game and make it all about himself. He had to be escorted out as he tried to look like a WWE troll, but instead looked like an absolute embarrassment to all men that are legitimately annoyed of a topic that is not an actual issue in society and really just an asshat. There's no other way to say it.
He's a grifter, man.
It's an absolute
no different
grift.
than any other grifter in
ridiculous.
modern times where they're doing. When was the last time you thought about Enes Kanter until all this happened, right? He's doing it for a reason because it brings attention to him. It was going to be on podcasts. He's going to try and sell merchandise. If you want to take 1 minute or 90 seconds and watch maybe the funniest video of the weekend, I can't remember what city it was in. It might have been at this game, but don't quote me on that. But for whatever reason, this is what all we talk about in the WNBA now. There was a dueling protest going on of this issue on each side out front of a WNBA arena before a game.
It was for the Fever game.
For the Fever game.
Fever Dream, yeah.
And they walked around and interviewed people on each side of the debate and asked simply, do you watch the WNBA and can you name 5 players?
And they couldn't.
And everybody on one side was like, oh, yeah, let me rattle off 15 different names and legends of the league. And then the other side would be, I know Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark and...
Yep. That about sums it up.
Nothing. I couldn't tell you anything else.
We care so much about women that we're going to interrupt the women's game or we're going to throw sex toys on the court. But we care about women the most.
Was that the player that went, by the way, on maybe the greatest post-game rant of all time on Friday that we can't play on the air because it's too bleepable? Was that the same player?
Natasha Cloud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was one of the
She
funniest
wanted to
things.
fight him.
That was the night before about the sex toys was one of the funniest post-game press conferences we've ever had in the history of sports.
It just... I don't know, man. I cannot believe that this is a real thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I do, but like, unbelievable. It's just an embarrassment.
Yeah.
And if you're backing it, just tell me you don't watch the WNBA and you don't actually care. You just choose to get angry about the dumbest crap in society. Enes Kanter, piss off. All right, there's Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. We have a lot more to get into. We roll on, though. The Dirty Poll, the number 10 team in all the land, according to one Andy Dirt Johnson. It might be a surprise, or you've seen it coming a mile away. We'll get to that next. Dirty Poll rolls on 105.1 The Fan.
Time to open the door to the Blazers. This is the Blazers Report, brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, Portland's repair and installation experts.
If they came back and said, okay, they'll agree to the deal on the table, but the amount of business license taxes that they pay over the next 20 years gets subtracted from the rent, that I could live with. But that's about the level of my flexibility.
There's City Councilor Steve Novak on K2 on what he wants in the final lease agreement between the city, state, county, and the Portland Trail Blazers.
Yeah, all this stuff's nice to say in the media, and it's sound bites as people are running for re-elections, but the reality of it is the councilors are not a part of the constant negotiations, the weekly negotiations, and the final vote will happen after the election season, and so I think the temperature will calm down a little bit.
This Blazer Report is brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, where they're taking service to new heights. Call Ponderosa today or visit them at PonderosaGarageDoors.com.
FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, with all the starters resting, the Seahawks were still able to grab a 16-3 lead on the Titans midway through the first half. They called off the Dogs in preseason game number 2 and fell to Tennessee 19-16. They are more concerned about the injury to second-round draft pick Bud Clark. Suffered a broken ankle early in the game, is expected to miss several months. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Cleveland Browns, according to multiple reports, have tabbed Deshaun Watson as the starting QB for Week 1 of the season against Jacksonville. Former Duck Wyndham Clark started the final round of the BMW Championship with a 5-shot lead. Couldn't make a birdie through 15 holes, was tied with Rory McIlroy before he birdied the final 3 holes for his 3rd win of the season at 17 under par. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. We roll on from the Cafe de Dirt and Sprague. We will get to in the 3rd hour. The Danimal. The Danimal spoke out about these NFL players becoming college football players again, and this quarterback on the radar in this category in college. Talk about that in hour number 3, but we're excited as the Dirty Poll rolls on. The number 10 team in all land. We've had LSU. We've had Texas Tech. And I thought, okay, he's going to go back to the SEC. No, he's not. He's going to stay in the Big 12.
How about that? 2 Big 12 teams in the top 12.
And Andy Durr Johnson has BYU at number 10. You can find him on Twitter at Jerem Jordan. Jerem, good morning. Thank you for hopping on to do a BYU preview. I have to admit to you, and you're going to think this is absolutely ridiculous. I have to admit to you, I love Kalani Sitake, former Oregon State D coordinator legend. I am a little hesitant to agree that they're the 10th team in all the land because I cannot, for whatever reason, get out of my brain. Their quarterback wears number 47. I know why he does it, but it's an odd look for me mentally. But nonetheless, BYU number 10 in all land, according to my co-host. Good morning, and what do you think of BYU coming in at number 10?
Hey, it's great to be on with you guys. I grew up in Portland. My wife's from Wilsonville. I'm a Seahawks guy. I'm a Mariners fan. So, I feel at home here.
Yeah.
Hey, how about BYU night Saturday night at the Mariners game, and the BYU relief pitcher Michael Rucker gets the dub? I thought Randy Arozarena stealing the show. That was great.
That's perfect. That's good
Bummer
synergy.
About Bud Clark. Yeah. There's some synergy there. Bummer about Bud Clark and the ankle, but yeah, BYU at 10. It's very interesting. First off, now I know Andy knows ball.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. But yeah, BYU is very interesting because most of the time the Cougars have sort of surprised people historically. Obviously, winning the national championship in '84 in the WAC, and Ty Detmer in '90 winning the Heisman, and even more recently, BYU's just in its 4th year in the Big 12 now. Last 2 years have been really good, 23-4, on the cusp of the college football playoff, and right there, Texas Tech obviously kind of punched BYU in the mouth twice. BYU beat everybody else. But the Cougars returned the 3rd most snaps in college football. They've got their battery of Bear Bachmeier at quarterback, a sophomore. As a freshman, he was the first true freshman to ever throw for 3,000, run for 500. No one had ever done that as a true freshman. He's back. L.J. Martin's a top 5 back, maybe the best returning running back in college football, had 1,300 yards last year. 3 of the 5 starters on the O-line are there. 2 capable tight ends transferred in from the Big Ten, and Walker Lyons from USC, Roger Saliapaga from Oregon. And wide receivers, it's kind of a new group. They lost a lot of production with their top 2 guys gone, and Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston. But they're excited about the group, and they have passed the ball a lot in practice to make sure that element is good. Defensively, new defensive coordinator after Jay Hill went to Michigan with Kyle Whittingham. But they brought in a guy that's been on staff for a long time and has a ton of experience, notably tutored by, and he's still on staff, Gary Anderson, former Oregon State head coach, Wisconsin, Utah State. He's behind the scenes kind of helping run it with Kalani Sitake. And the new DC, Kelly Papinga, has experience at Virginia with Bronco Mendenhall and at BYU the last couple of years. So they feel confident about a bunch of NFL guys on that side of the ball as well at every position, D-line, linebacker, multiple guys, as well as the secondary. So they're feeling confident. Number 10 is one of the highest I've heard, Andy, all preseason. I think last week there was an ESPN analyst, Mark Schlabach had him at, or CBS Sports had him at 6.
Ooh.
That's the highest I'd seen. But AP preseason poll 14. I think they deserve to kind of be in that like 8 to 12 range right there, given how much they bring back. And guys, they've had success, but they're very hungry because they have not won the Big 12 or been in the college football playoff, despite all that winning the last 2 years.
It is funny. You point out some of the reasons why I had them in the top 10. I want to ask you about some of the weaknesses. One of the other things, though, too, is the fact that they don't play Texas Tech in the regular season, which wasn't a good matchup for them. We'll see how it goes if they get to a Big 12 title game again this year. And then your big game is the Notre Dame game, I would argue. I mean, there's some, Utah, obviously, and the Holy War's huge always, but Notre Dame, and you get them at home. You get them in Provo. It's like one of the few rare big road games for Notre Dame this year. So I love the way the schedule stacks up. You highlighted a lot of the reasons. Bear Bachmeier was really solid as a freshman. I think you have the best running back in the conference, and the offensive line largely returns. Biggest concern I have about BYU is on the outside and at wide receiver. You mentioned Roger Saliapaga, who transferred from Oregon. I think that kid's got a really bright future and should get some playing time right away. How has the wide receiver room looked, and how are they going about, you think, trying to replace a lot of those big numbers from a year ago?
And they've got it. It's a great question because that is the biggest question mark on offense, and perhaps for the whole team. Maybe the new DC and kind of what that looks like. But Kyler Casper comes over from Oregon. Yeah. Didn't play a ton in 4 years there. 6 catches, 77 yards. Had ankle injuries. Obviously buried behind some talent. He's a top 3 guy right now out of the gate. 6'6", good frame. Former 4-star out of Chandler, Arizona. He's one of the top 3 guys. JoJo Phillips was kind of wide receiver 3. He was banged up a little bit. He's playing well. And then they have this kid, Isaiah Glasgow is one of the star linebackers for BYU. It's his first cousin. The dude's name is Legend. Legend Glasgow is already a legend because in spring ball, they gave him some reps with the ones, and he killed it. Kind of a slot guy, 6'1", 175, super speedy, can get behind a defense. He's one of the top 3 as well. Bear Bachmeier's brother, Tiger. Yep, those are nicknames, and awesome. He's a wide receiver that was at Stanford. By the way, the origins of the names is so awesome. Like, it's Hank Bachmeier, as people know, their older brother quarterback who was Boise State, Wake Forest, La Tech. He never got a cool animal nickname. There's some history there, but they feel confident in the group. They have one of the best JUCO receivers from 2 years ago. He's been catching touchdown passes in the last 2 scrimmages they've had on Saturdays at LaBelle Edwards Stadium. So 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". They've got some targets. They love those 2 tight ends that we talked about. LJ Martin's really good out of the backfield as well. And then kind of the secret weapon on offense that helps everything is their RB2. His name's Sione Moa. He's a bowling ball of a back. He got hurt in Game 3 last year, and that meant way more LJ Martin. This year, I think LJ's going to have a great year, but Sione Moa helps alleviate Bear and LJ, and he's a good blocker, and he's good out of the backfield catching the ball. So offensively, they're feeling oddly comfortable despite losing a lot at wide receiver.
I can't believe you guys have a Bear, a Tiger, and a Legend on your team. That's an
Lion.
Yeah, and a Lion. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Top 10 team right there.
That's Yeah, that in itself is worthy of a top 10 ranking, and that is where BYU. We're talking with Jerem Jordan, who covers BYU sports and does a really good job covering the football program. The number 10, according to one Andy Dirt Johnson's preseason top 12 Dirty Poll. The defending Pop-Tart Bowl champions, mind you.
That's right.
The BYU Cougars.
That's right.
Pop-Tart Bowl, by the way, Jerem, on this program, the Pop-Tart Bowl should be a playoff game once they get rid of bowl games and just morph them into the playoff because we're going to go to 24. The Pop-Tart Bowl should be a playoff game. That's the hottest take I have. Now, let me ask you. Kalani Sitake had 2 double-digit win seasons. He's been there for quite a long time now. But he's got a couple like 7-6. He's got a 4-9 mixed in there. He was a 5-7 a few years ago. I'm curious, even though he had 2 double-digit win seasons, what do you think he has figured out the last 2 seasons at BYU and why this thing might be humming in the right direction to eventually get to a playoff?
I think it has everything to do with the comfort and kind of year 2 and 3 in the Big 12, NIL and rev share and everything. And, every coach wants more. Some comments came out from Kalani July 30th where he said, hey, I just want our programs to be the best it can be. Like, we need the resources and so on and so forth. So Cougar Nation's kind of been on fire of like, hey, let's get this guy the resources and whatnot. And so hopefully that continues to happen. But I think with the increased resources, they've been able to recruit at a higher level. And even though they're not, and many teams aren't, Texas Tech and even Oregon, like levels of NIL, Kalani's a good coach. They have tremendous culture. They did not lose a starter and, frankly, anybody in the 2 deep to the portal. And that's with one of the DC going to Michigan. They had one guy go to Michigan. That's it, which was incredible. A lot of guys have taken, less NIL to be at BYU because they love Kalani. They love the coaching staff. They love the culture. They love Provo. They love and are hungry for a Big 12 title together. So it's a special group. I think they're going to break the team NFL draft record next year. I think they're going to have at least 6 picks in the draft. And so they've got a ton of talent. The Big 12 has helped a ton. The donors have rallied quite a bit. And I think BYU football and BYU athletics, for that matter, have never been in a better spot because of the Big 12 and this situation. And it's an exciting future.
A couple of things to throw at you because I know we're against it, but one of them's not really a question. It's more of I just want to give you guys a compliment. Like, we have gone through an entire offseason in this sport where the SEC has whined and complained at every possible turn because they haven't won a national championship or played in a national championship in 3 years. And I don't know if there's a team in college football over the last 2 seasons who has a bigger or should have a bigger gripe about the way the postseason has played out than BYU. Being 11-1, losing the Big 12 title game, and somehow getting punished for that, but Alabama gets drilled by Georgia, and they don't move in the rankings. So maybe it's going on in your bubble, but outside of your bubble, I'm not hearing a lot of complaints from BYU. So I want to give you a round of applause there for being mature and not childish like the SEC. How real was the Satake to Penn State stuff over the offseason? And then when you get the announcement that it's not going to happen and he's staying committed, to your point about the NIL and the dollars rolling in, like, how much of an injection of life was that of like, oh God, are we going to lose our coach? No, he's staying here. He's staying loyal. And what did that mean for the program going forward?
He was 100% gone. Coaches had already identified houses they were going to live in and everything.
Whoa.
And then BYU kind of gathered the Avengers and somehow saved him. Like, it was a Monday night. I remember it clearly. It was crazy. It was the week of the Big 12 title game. Frankly, that was a big distraction for that game. But Texas Tech they were great. They punked everybody, and then Oregon punked them, and then Oregon got punked. Like, just how it goes in college football. Like, right. It's whatever. But, Kalani and his staff have really rallied, and it was a big deal to keep him, and I hope that we can continue to keep him because I know there are teams that are still knocking on his door. So BYU's got to make sure that Kalani has what he needs so that, as Marshawn Lynch famously said, they can be all about that action, boss.
I'm going against my better judgment here on the clock. We're already against it, but I guess I got to follow up on that. So to say like almost 100% gone, they were identifying houses. I mean, how do you get somebody to sway back? Like, is that just the alma mater tie mixed in with the money influx that boosters were doing? Like, how do you go from we're identifying houses at another state, another university to, okay, fine, I actually take it all back, I'll stay, and we'll keep building here?
It's a good question. He said that he got what he wanted, which was not he needs a bigger contract himself. It was, I need all kinds of things. I need more NIL and resources for my guys. That continues to be not just like the players, but recruiting and academics, facilities, and so on and so forth. And he was promised, things. And the issue he has right now is he wants to make sure he's getting that stuff. And if he does, then we're good. If he doesn't, then I fear that he may leave. So we're at a real on a knife's edge here with Kalani. But he is a legacy dude. This dude was a captain on LaVell Edwards' last team in 2000. He loves BYU, and he is the best coach that could coach for the Cougars. I don't know if people understand, like, to be the head coach of BYU, you have to be an active card-carrying member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They can't just get anybody. It's a choice that they make affiliated with the church, and he is the best representative BYU could have. So the pool of guys is only so big for who could be at BYU, and so BYU's got to keep this guy. He's special.
All right, who's winning the national championship according to Jerem Jordan?
Hopefully the Brigham Young University Cougars who employ me.
What? No way.
Yeah, it's hard to go against the Ohio States, the Oregons, the Georgias, and so on and so forth. But Texas could be interesting. They've been on the outside. Does Arch actually come through there? But it's just so tough. But I don't know, frankly, and I'm excited that I don't feel like I know. I can't wait, man. We made it. There's college football this week.
That's what I said last Friday, and here we are. It's week 0. I love not knowing. I think that's the beauty of the NIL transfer portal world. It's not as predictable as it once was. Jerem Jordan does a great job covering BYU football for BYU Sports Nation, number 10 team in all land, according to one Anteater Johnson. Find him on Twitter. He's a Portlander out there in the state of Utah doing God's work, covering football. Thank you so much, Jerem. We appreciate the time, and hopefully we can catch up with you as the season goes on.
It was great to be on anytime. Shout out to the 503.
There we go. Jerem Jordan, a good friend of the program, a local out there in the state of Utah covering BYU, who is number 10 according to you. And look, he's going to agree with your ranking, but made a pretty compelling case. Also, I joke about Bear Bachmeier's number, but
He had a good freshman season.
The production was amazing. And, the Texas Tech games weren't amazing.
He's
but
a true freshman going again. Dante Moore might have been the number 2
Right.
pick in the draft, and he could barely move the ball against that defense.
It's tough.
A true freshman's going to have a hard time doing that.
Absolutely.
L.J. Harvey back as the leading rusher in the Big 12 is huge. Questions on defense, I love the way their schedule stacks up. How they don't go 11-1 is hard for me to see.
A lot more to get into. We'll get into Dan Lanning and Dante Moore coming up at the top of the 8 a.m. hour. It's 7:44. Back with more Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan. Well, this is a weird one to come back from. I was going to get to some college football stuff, but you know what? We can hold that for the third hour. We got the Danimal coming out and saying what everybody's thinking.
Yes, we do.
And we've got this guy talking about Dante Moore and what the season could mean for him, and we know what's on the line in that regard.
And a couple of starters named in the SEC over the last couple of days at quarterback.
One of them, not a shock, but a little bit of a surprise because competing against a guy that we watched play last year. But I got to report this. This is a weird one because this is not Adam Schefter.
No.
This is not.
This is really weird that nobody else big is jumping on this train yet.
Yeah.
But it's at enough places from a news standpoint that the story is real.
This is coming from Youngstown TV station and a San Francisco-based station, so I'm just going to pass it along because a lot of fan accounts have been posting about it. 49ers owner Jed York arrested in Ohio over the weekend and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. He pleaded no contest to disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. He was sentenced to 2 days in jail and $1,100 in fines and forfeited $160 to a human trafficking task force.
What?
$160?
What? So they just took the money and didn't give it back?
But human trafficking?
What? Jed York, buddy, what are you doing in Ohio, man? What's going on here?
Human trafficking, donating to a fund, being randomly in Ohio when your team is not, makes me think you're in there for a little.
Also, one of those like, no, don't worry. You go ahead, keep the money. It's all right. I'll be all right. I'm just gonna fly back to San Francisco.
His mugshot is all over it. He's all of 5'8", by the way. I think you got Jed York beat.
You're damn right I do.
I think you're taller than Jed York.
That makes me feel good today. Well,
this is a weird one.
It's very weird that nobody major is reporting this yet.
Somebody says human trafficking task force. Those are words within a report that should seem like a bigger deal.
Yeah, that's a major deal. If that's the task force that is involved in this.
I want to know what the criminal tools are.
So, the charge for criminal tools just basically means you have an item, device, or substance with the intent to use it for unlawful purposes. What did he have, and what was he doing?
Does he have weed?
Does he have weed?
But that's not. You're not using it for an. I mean,
it's in Ohio. It might be. That might be a substance that you're like.
But that wouldn't be a criminal tool, would it? Wouldn't that just be a charge of
if you are against
controlled
weed in general,
substance?
You might think weed is going to.
I'm just saying, I think the definition of it for being illegal would be different than a.
Maybe you're right. I don't know.
A criminal intent, like.
This is very weirdly worded.
Yeah, this is odd.
The entire thing.
The human trafficking thing for 160 is crazy.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm going to see if drugs are considered.
Does Ohio?
Because what is the phrase? Criminal tools.
That's a bizarre report.
That's a catch-all legal phrase.
Great offseason for my team. My coach is in a car accident caused by him, but he says it's caused by self-driving.
Yeah, he's texting, not paying attention.
Kittle's off the PUP list, which is great news in a miraculous turn of events.
He might go week 1.
But nobody can stay healthy.
No.
But the coach has a killer-ass stash that only can be...
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Can we agree on that?
It's a good-looking mustache.
That's a great mustache.
Yeah. This says that if it was a drug-related thing, it would likely be categorized as drug paraphernalia.
So what do we...
So that's where I'm just going, like, what are we talking about here? You have something that you're going to use to harm somebody? What is that? Did you carry around a knife?
Well, is it to harm somebody?
I don't know. Well, that's the whole...
I don't know.
The human trafficking makes me think it's...
That's what the charge is. The charge says you have a item, device, or a substance with the intent to use it for an unlawful purpose. So, yeah, maybe not harming. I don't know.
By the way,
I'm so confused.
Off the cuff cool would it be for us to literally call a lawyer at any time on the air and be like, yo, what would you by definition say this means?
It's a great idea for a branding opportunity. If anybody wants to be
not a full-fledged interview. We'll go to Mike.
We have you on speed dial whenever something like this comes up of like, can you make sense of this for us?
Like beforehand, I text the link to him, say, hey, we got this. We need a little definition on what this means in terms.
That'd be great.
Can you look up some Ohio statutes for us real quick?
Like if we had a McAfee style production here, right? We had not just swag. We had
13 people behind me.
Yeah, we got 4 more people behind me.
And we just had an old retired lawyer that's on the minimal of retainers for a radio company.
You got to wake him up. Hey. Jimmy! What? What's that? Oh, yeah, I mean,
what do you guys need? Define this: criminal tools, human trafficking, weird sex toy. Thank you. Thank you.
I've always hated Jed York for a lot of different reasons. So this seems on brand for him. It seems on brand. Whenever these guys get caught doing something questionable,
I think Jason tweeting us exactly what I'm thinking. A criminal tool in this way, if it's not weed, this comes off as like a big sex trip.
If there's a human sex trafficking component to it,
Well,
how are we
human
released on
trafficking mixed
$150 and 1 day? Like, how is that the punishment?
Well,
he's paying what was the fine? $1,100, you said? That's it?
$160 to a human trafficking and $1,100 fine. Yeah.
I mean,
weird story.
We are left with more questions than answers.
Yes,
here.
we are. Binary Brewing and The Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA, available for limited time. Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan. So good, only The Fan Binary Brewing can pull it off. Dan Lanning speaking out against this and the radar of one Dante Moore. It kicks up as the season is looming just around the corner. Hour number 3 on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
It used to be once you had an agent or once you went and did the combine or once you went to all those things qualified as you are no longer an amateur, you're a professional now once you declare for the draft. So to let any of those players come back, fair or unfair to them, it's unfair to the sport.
There is the Danimal, Dan Lanning, on this idea that all these NFL guys can come back. We actually had one guy get released by the Browns, and he is signed with LSU. Daquan Wright, the tight end.
It's another component of this that unless you're a coach, you don't really think of, but it is such a great argument. The idea of sending somebody packing after going through spring ball, fall camp, season kicks off this week. By the way, see you later. There goes your scholarship. It's egregious, and it should not be allowed.
More on this in hour number 3. Who's stinking it up? This ruling with college and NFL players. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Having trouble with hard water, lukewarm water, or not even any hot water at all? Call Three Mountains Home Services and get your tanked water heater tuned up for only $49. Your chance to save money and enjoy hot water all year long. Visit threemountainshomservices.com. They make home services delightful.
Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, preseason week 2 of the NFL wrapped up Sunday. Seahawks were in Nashville taking on the Titans. Their second unit got the best of the Titans starter defense with a 16-3 lead midway through the first half before Mike McDonald called off the Dogs. Tennessee would ultimately rally and win 19-16. The biggest concern for Seattle, the injury to second-round draft pick Bud Clark suffered a broken ankle early in the game. He is expected to miss several months. Portland Fire's playoff chances all but extinguished against the Washington Mystics Sunday afternoon. They got outscored 40-30 in the fourth quarter of a 105-100 loss. The Mystics clinched their playoff spot, and the Fire visit the Wings in Dallas on Tuesday. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. Hour number 3, Durden Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Mondays are off to a great start. Ray. Got a lot to get to. Hope everybody had a good weekend. First 2 hours of the show have flown by. We talked about baby showers and fences at the start of the show.
Oh, man.
Slowly transitioned our way into football. Some injuries in the National Football League, and the dirty pull rolled on with number 10, BYU. There is your synopsis of the last 2 hours. Still to come, we have not talked about a lot of the bad play in NFL preseason football. One of them on display last night. I asked a question not last night, but I asked a question when you were on vacation to Swigard, and I want to ask you.
Yeah.
We'll get to that coming up. Some more tidbits out of the NFL preseason and anything else that comes out on the Jed York situation.
We think we're going to say something here, and we're not going to tell you this is accurate. Our conclusions are starting to go a little Robert Crafty, is what I would say.
Yeah, it feels very much like, and a lot of listeners are texting that it feels like he was caught up in something that he wasn't necessarily a part of, but was a part of, if that makes sense.
I mean, he's being let go. It's a 2-day, it's a 1-county jail thing, so obviously he's not committed some huge...
He was not trafficking individuals, but he was maybe using an institution that was using trafficked individuals.
Exactly, yeah, which is why he had to pay the $160 fine to the human traffic. Yeah, I mean, look, it's...
I just don't
You're
get
a billionaire owner who lives in the Bay. What about East Palestine, Ohio? Are you like, I'm going to do this?
Is that where he's like, yeah, what is the backstory?
He's not from there. He grew up with the
Niners.
Niners.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's not a connection in any way. I don't get it. I don't get how you get to the point of owning an NFL team. I don't know if he's married. I don't know what his family life is. You want to go get some strange, go get some strange. Whatever. Like, you can pay people to... I don't. I haven't really... It's like when you see a rich person...
He's got a wife, by the way.
Well, of course he does, man. That's not shocking.
It's a long time.
It's like people with a lot of money getting arrested for DUIs. What is ever the reason to... Like, you have the ability to have somebody else take care of that for you and not put yourself in that
position.
position.
NFL owner, it's like you should just have a driver, period.
Yes, you're a billionaire. I'm assuming, or maybe he's not because he's a nepo kid. Maybe
he
he's a
is.
high millionaire.
Owns
Whatever.
an NFL team.
Sure. Like, go pay somebody to be a sugar daddy, like on the side. There are ways around this to not get swept up in a human trafficking ring.
Yeah, he's got a full family, by the way.
At a masseuse parlor at East Palestine, Ohio.
I mean, we don't know if it's a masseuse parlor, to be fair. It was not cited yet. But yeah, he's married with kids.
Yeah.
It's
keep it classy, Jed. Keep it classy. That's going on in Niner.
Bad look for them.
Niner fandom as their season. It's a long way. Oh wait, no, that's right. It's about 2 weeks away.
Yeah, but Kyle's mustache might make all of this good.
Hey, you beat the Rams. Nobody gives a rip, right? On opening night in Australia.
Can I give you a really hot take?
Yeah.
You like to joke about yourself and your appearance from time to time.
Sure.
you have a killer mustache situation, and you don't let it just be.
Oh, I need just
you
solo.
dabble,
yeah,
and then you grow out the rest. But you got a killer stash yourself.
Just go solo stash, nothing else. Shave the rest of the face off.
Here's my hottest take.
My face is too fat.
I disagree with you.
I'm worried about that.
Your wife may not like this idea by me, but I think you should have just the stash right at the start of the Duck football season.
Ooh.
Until the end.
I'm contemplating growing my hair out again. I haven't got it cut in a while. I don't know how long we're going to go. TBD on that one.
So I've been watching the new Ted Lasso.
Yes. I haven't seen the newest one, but I saw the first 2 episodes.
But you've seen Beard, the assistant coach?
Yes. Yes. The disheveled beard.
The hairs to the shoulders.
Losing it. The whole breakup thing about, your boyfriend's
we haven't gotten the
back.
details yet.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
It's been off to a really good start.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jed York got arrested this morning. Hello, everybody. Hope your Mondays are off to a great start. Let's go to college football, shall we? I don't know if you know this. If you've heard the liners on the station, you know what begins this weekend?
Well, I know it does, and I'm excited, but also...
I love, as a college football P1, it's my favorite sport. I love college football. I can't wait for it to begin. I chuckle every year at the idea. How does the NFL open their season?
On a one-off night?
NBC, prime time,
right.
Super Bowl champions.
Exactly.
This year, a
Raise
Super Bowl
banner.
rematch.
Yeah. Yep.
800 million people will watch it. Every living being on the planet will be tuned into NBC, waiting all day for Sunday night, a.k.a. Wednesday night.
Well, they're also doing the hump day thing since it's starting on a hump day.
Phenomenal commercial, an ad campaign. Mike. And then I think about how college football starts on a weekend where it's pretty irrelevant. There's only like 6 games. It's at 9 o'clock in the morning in Dublin between 2 unranked teams.
It's usually never great teams starting. It's not Ohio State, Texas starting the year.
Why are we this is like the I want to get in the hot tub, but I'm just going to put my toe in. Like, nah, dude, get your ass in the hot tub. What are we doing here?
Right.
The way college football starts is hilarious to me. I will be watching. It is week 0. It begins on Saturday, technically, and then everybody else plays a week from Saturday. Let's go to a couple of Oregon-related things. I got some other quarterback news I want to get to, and some battles that have been decided in that sport. But one of the growing issues or fears going into the start of the year now is we're getting to see a lot of these guys. We get court rulings that say you're still eligible. And for the first time ever, we have a player who was playing in training camp, and there was videos of him going through warm-ups yesterday for the Browns, who is now going to be playing at LSU. And it's pretty funny that Tom Munkin had a great quote on this after their game. He's dealing with all this Deshaun Watson nonsense, and then for some reason named him the starter. But he joked about how Lane Kiffin called him earlier in the week, and he didn't return his phone call. He's like, why the hell's Lane Kiffin calling me? And then he joked after the game, I think they played on Saturday. He said, well, now I know why he was calling, because he wants his tight end back, who played with him. Daquan Wright is his name. He played with him at Ole Miss, and if he clears waivers, he's going to go play for LSU. So he's gone through training camp. He's gone through a couple of preseason games, and now expected to join LSU. Dan Lanning was asked about that. They had their last fall scrimmage. We can get to some notes out of that. But here is Dan Lanning on that question and the guys returning potentially from NFL rosters.
I mean, I think there's a lot of negatives that are involved around this. One, once you go to the NFL, to me, you're in the NFL. You don't get the opportunity to come back. 2, most of us have built our rosters, and you have a limited roster limit now. So if you invited somebody back to your team, that means you're kicking somebody else off your team, right, to match your roster limits. I don't think that's fair to the players that worked all summer, all spring, and put themselves in position to be ready to work for a team. To have somebody come back. But ultimately, it used to be once you had an agent, or once you went and did the combine, or once you went to all those things qualified as you are no longer an amateur, you're a professional now once you declare for the draft. So to let any of those players come back, fair or unfair to them, it's unfair to the sport.
That was an angle of it that I hadn't really thought about, the idea of kicking guys off of your team, essentially, or pulling scholarships because you're getting other guys in return. Some of these are still up in the air. It just is another example of the chaos that faces the sport, where you're adding players to your roster and the season begins less than 2 weeks from now.
It's also, to me, I mean, look, we probably all agree kind of like this shouldn't be allowed.
No.
You cannot be in the NFL, whether you're a fringe guy or not.
Whether you got drafted or not, it doesn't matter.
Suddenly be turned around. I think the other part is, and I agree with everything Dan said there, the ugly nature of college football is going back to pre-NIL days. Dude, people were kicked off scholarships routinely, and it was never reported and talked about.
Yeah.
I heard stories at Oregon State, and that's Oregon State. I can't fathom what bigger programs were doing at all times with guys who are just given up on and lost their academic scholarship. It's happened for a very, very long time. It's just a little louder now because you got this new crop of guys saying, actually, out of the NFL, I want to go back to college to make a couple more dollars.
Right, because I'm not going to make a team or I'm not going to get a chance. Yeah.
Right, and the idea that, by the way, NFL teams won't touch these guys if they leave the NFL for college. Dude, if they put up numbers and look amazing, the NFL will sniff back around. Yeah. They want the most talented guys. What I find fascinating, aside from this being allowed, is just how we're making the judgments on it. How was Anthony Akerson allowed to do it for Oregon State back, but Van Wells, offensive lineman, not okayed? Like, the judges deciding who is and who is not is very confusing to me.
It doesn't make any sense. It's also not even, and this is the important thing to remember, like, when you get these temporary restraining orders that allow you the ability to come back and play, that's not the judge saying, we agree you have more eligibility.
Right.
It's saying, we agree that this is a case worth listening to and contemplating.
Sure.
And in the meantime, because we have not had a ruling on it yet, you are then granted that relief and able to play.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is, a year and a half from now, whenever the official court case goes down, they might be ruled ineligible, and then we spent 2 years allowing these guys to play. I didn't pull it. It was on Friday, and I knew we were going to play the Lanning thing today, but Marcus Freeman had a great rant on this. He was asked, I think it was on Friday, about the idea of bringing guys back, because a lot of big, like Indiana's doing this, a lot of big programs are saying, hey, we got guys who want to come back and play, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And Marcus Freeman was like, dude, school starts on Monday. Classes begin on Monday. And I know that that's a laughable thing, and they're not student athletes, ha ha ha. And we've done that, this quarterback's working at a golf course, and that's his only class. I get it. There are a lot of people that way. But a lot of them do still go to school and try and get a degree and take classes. And his point of, like, how am I going to enroll a kid? Mm-hmm. Please explain to me how in the next 48 hours I enroll a kid, make him academically eligible to play, and oh, by the way, classes begin in 48 hours. It's an absolute mockery of the system.
I think the tough thing, too, is like we are in a moment with this sport where I'd rather be talking about kickoffs. I'd rather be talking about, like, is Mayava going to live up to the hype? And this weekend we see it, right? Like, and we'll get to that.
Yes.
We have Dante Moore stuff. I think I have the position of, it's hilarious and has been the last couple of years to hear about the lack of consistency, the lack of guidance, the lack of real rules, how it's chaos, it's anarchy. Why are some schools paying $50 million for a roster and only some schools can only afford 10? Like, I love all of the complaining, and then the people complaining are the ones dabbling in all of the controversial weird stuff.
Right.
Like, how are you legitimately a Power 4 big program coach? How is Lane Kiffin going to have any leg to stand on at a podium complaining about the nature or world of college football?
You can't do it.
When he's taking in Daquan Wright, and also, by the way, leaving a playoff team before the actual playoff.
Right.
You are not, I hate to say this, I believe in coaches sound. You are not allowed to have an opinion if you're just going to dabble in all the weird, gross, controversial stuff of it and then tell me how unfair or how difficult everything is.
Right.
Like, you can't do both.
No.
You just can't. If you have a firm stance, it sounds like Lanning does, which is good for him.
I'm glad he does, dude. I don't want it. I don't know who would even be eligible to come back. I don't know how many other guys are going to make or not make rosters or who could potentially even get another year. Your roster's set, dude. Like, the message it sends to recruits in years to come, if a judge decides randomly in Ohio that these eligible players might be available,
right?
I just lost my scholarship. I could lose it at any moment because some random judge says that this guy can come back to the team.
Exactly.
That's not the message you want to send to the guys that you're trying to recruit. Because if I'm a recruit, I'm paying attention to that. Are you booting guys off a scholarship? And you're not wrong. That's gone on forever in the world of college football. And now I think it's gotten to the point where they have to remain on, in terms of an academic scholarship. Like, you can't unenroll them from the school so they can decide to continue. But most of these guys want to go play elsewhere, and so that doesn't mean that much at the end of the day. It's all broken. It's all dirty, and I'm with you 100%. That's always been my big critique of guys who complain about the tampering in the transfer portal that then turn around and literally do it themselves.
See Dabo Swinney, who complained for years about it, making money. I'm going to quit. Oh, transfer. We don't do that here.
Right.
And now what? You're in your third year of portal years. You're getting your ass handed to you. You're falling off the platform of one of the best programs in the country.
And what are you doing?
Who dabbled harder in the in the portal this year than they ever have combined of all the years previous.
Still waiting on you to quit, Dabo. Still waiting on you to quit. Good stuff from Lanning on that. We got some notes from their last fall scrimmage. We can get to that maybe a little bit later on.
We got notes from fall scrimmages?
Dude, I'm a sicko. You know I got notes from fall scrimmages.
I know you are, but I'm surprised even you take anything away
I got some names to watch. I got a couple of names to watch.
I like that approach.
Guys, because last year we weren't talking about some of the young guys, right? Who was
the running backs.
Running back. At this point, all last year, we did not know that that was going to be, two freshman backs being the headliner guys, right?
We didn't know Brandon Finney Jr. was going to be
right, the corner that he was,
yeah.
right? So there's a couple of names that are like, when you read the tea leaves and you're like, oh, people keep bringing that guy up. That's interesting. All right. But this was it. So this was on the Brandon Walker College Football Show. He got Todd McShay on. And not to relitigate the NFL draft, but I did find it an interesting answer, and also kind of what the thoughts are going into the year for Dante Moore, who decided to return for another season. So he had Todd McShay on his show, and he talked about the draft process last year, what scouts were saying on Dante Moore, and then what are the expectations coming into this year.
And from my intel, they hadn't made a decision. It was going to be a very difficult one because Mendoza was more ready now. Dante Moore's ceiling was higher.
Okay.
And listen, Oregon is loaded talent-wise, and I actually think certain way that they're even more loaded this year. The talent around Dante wasn't as good as everyone wants to say it was. So now you come back. It's a new coordinator. I want to see how he handles that. I think that they're better suited at running back. I think that they're a little bit more veteran and talented maybe at wide receiver. So this is going to be a huge year for Dante. I'm telling you right now, man. Dante goes in as the number one guy.
Yeah.
Dante might have been, had he elected to come out, the number one quarterback taken ahead of Fernando Mendoza.
I thought that was interesting because that wasn't even really a thought that we had before we even knew what Dante was going to do. It felt like it was a clear-cut Mendoza 1, likely Dante Moore 2. He says the door was a little bit more open. I agree with the assessment, to be honest with you. There's no doubt Mendoza's more ready to play right now in the NFL. He just had so many more snaps than Dante in college at his time at Cal as a multi-year starter, and then obviously at Indiana.
His size helps a lot, too.
His size helps. And then there's the idea of Dante makes throws that just your jaw drops to the floor, but he needs to be more seasoned and polished, and the thought of maybe the ceiling could be a little bit higher there. But the idea that he goes into the season, according to people he's talking to around the NFL, as quarterback number 1, we know it's a big expectation year, and the pressure of the world is on their shoulders, and this just further solidifies it from another angle of you go deliver, you're the number 1 pick in the draft, and those are the expectations for you going into this year.
So here's a question I have for you. We know what's on the line for Dante. It's to be the number 1 pick and to maybe win the Heisman or at least look like the best quarterback for most people. What's the first game of their season where you kind of put it to the test?
It's a great question. Do you do it for USC? It is on the road. I think USC would be better. You're not going to do it before then. If Oregon's having troubles offensively before then, that's
if Oklahoma State or Boise State is a struggle for him,
it's a whole different conversation.
We're going to be like, okay, maybe he's not going to take that step. But probably USC, just out of the fairness of
that's the one.
Many think they could take the playoff step, so at worst they're 10-2.
Right. It's the hard part about where Oregon's at right now is how many games can you in terms of just a talent standpoint, how many teams is it fair to compare in terms of the way that you're performing, if that makes sense? There's not a lot of them on their schedule this year. Ohio State will certainly be one. You don't play Indiana this year unless you get to a conference championship or playoff scenario again. And you got USC, who's going to should be better defensively, but also they have a coordinator calling plays for the first time, I want to say, since 2020. It's been
good
a minute.
Coach, though.
He's historically a good coach. He's a great personality. Don't know disagreement there. But it's also he hasn't done it for 5 years, and the game's changed a little bit, and we'll see if he still has his fastball. So that USC and Ohio State are really the 2 games in the regular season. Maybe you throw Michigan into that bunch because of the level of NFL talent that exists on the field for Michigan, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Those are the games he's going to be comped at. The question of can he light up a bad defense is not there. Dante Moore can light up a bad defense. Yes. It's can he handle it when you're playing against comparable star-to-star talent, and it just doesn't happen often on Oregon's schedule.
He's an odd player in the sense of you're right on. We can see the throws when you make them, but he had a few games last year where I'm I'm not really sure how to feel.
Absolutely.
If I asked you how you feel about him as an NFL quarterback, maybe you lean in and you say he's got good size, he's smart, and we'll see this year that he'll prove that he is picked up on his
great touch, great accuracy. Right. He needs a little more arm strength, but
I watched the Iowa game, and for 90% of that game, they did nothing.
Right.
McShay,
so this is the unique part about him.
The Indiana game, he's seeing he's double hesitating. He's an odd player to try to evaluate from a non-NFL coaching perspective.
This was the point that McShay made that I thought was valid, and it was when you look at Oregon last year, again, remember what we were saying a year ago now, right? Danny Marang's coming in yelling at me in the studio that they're going to go 8-4. They were replacing literally everybody from that team the year before. There weren't playoff or bust expectations necessarily. I laughed at that notion, but that was the thought. And then you go in a little bit deeper. McShay pointed this out in terms of the draft evaluators and the way that they felt about him. Who was Oregon playing at running back?
Freshman,
right? No, Whittington was a good player, obviously, but
right.
2 true freshmen. Their best wide receiver on the team was what? A true freshman.
A freshman.
Evan Stewart was supposed to be it. He didn't play all season, so you didn't have your number one weapon. Kenyon Sadiq, who was a freak athletically from the tight end position, missed a chunk of games in the middle of the year and was dealing with some back and butt issues for some hard falls. Your offensive line had moments, in particular the Iowa game, where you're banged up and you're without 2 or 3 starters, right? So you're not fully healthy. And so it was the thought of the NFL GMs looking at that and saying the supporting cast was good, but maybe not to the level of where your mind would go usually for an Oregon offense. You know what will not be the argument this year? Now, you do have the new coordinator, and there are obviously questions on the offensive line. Running back depth is great. Wide receiver room might be the best in the country. You might have, again, the number 1 tight end in the NFL draft next year in Jamari Johnson. Like, there's not that built-in, like, yeah, but he's throwing to a true freshman on the outside anymore. You're loaded at a lot of the skill position places. And so the downturns, if I were a GM trying to look optimistically, I would say that's a part of it. Weather played a part in some of their games. But there's no doubt. The Wisconsin game, dude, they were up. That was a 7-0 game in the third quarter.
Yeah, it was an ugly game.
And he broke his nose,
Yep.
and then they took him out, and they ended up winning, I think, 21-0 or whatever it was. Like, there were some absolute clunkers from their offense last year.
First of all, we're against it. How dare you? Ohio State University until it's not Ohio State University with receivers. I'm sorry. That's just kind of
that's fair. That's totally fair. I'm just saying Oregon's in the conversation from
Sure.
a collective group. Nobody tops Jeremiah Smith.
Here's my only rebuttal to all this. These are all very good points laid out. When you go to the NFL and you're drafted 1, 2, or 3,
You're going to a bad situation.
You're going
Good
to
luck,
what
brother.
we just talked about. You're not going to third best receiving core in the country and top 5 offensive line and 4 running back. You know what I mean? You're going to the crap of the crap.
You got to elevate everybody. You're not wrong.
And I think that's sometimes the tough part of gauging these guys from these programs. It's not that they don't succeed, but the idea is real for people. Ohio State's quarterback history, what is it?
Not great in the NFL.
Alabama's quarterback history,
Horrible
it's
in the
not
NFL.
stellar. Like, you look at some of the bigger programs, you have a tough time. Florida.
Georgia.
I mean, these are all elite programs, and it's tough because so many of these guys have these cushions, have these lives. Matt Leinart, USC, when they're faced with, you don't have this, or that.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
What are you? And I think that's the tough thing with Dante is he could absolutely be stellar this year. I'm kind of anticipating that he will be. How do I gauge what not having kind of all of it, but also his first year back starting versus having the loaded roster and more manageable maybe from a schedule standpoint in some ways. So I think that's the tough thing with the NFL and gauging these guys from a pro quarterback standpoint is what you had versus what you're dealt versus how did you overcome versus just
Totally
succeeding
fair.
with what you have.
Hey, just go be the number 1 pick, win a Heisman Trophy and a national championship. No pressure this year, Dante. You got it, buddy. Ready, break. Let's stick in college football. I got a couple of notes from fall camp from Oregon I'll give you. And then also we got some starters being named in the SEC. We'll dive back into the NFL coming up about 20 minutes from now, including some stinker performances over the weekend, but a little more college football next on The Fan.
update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on the Fan, Seahawks saw enough of their second unit in building a 16-3 lead over the Titans midway through the first half before they called off the Dogs in preseason game number 2. Tennessee ultimately would come back and win 19-16. Bigger concern for Seattle. Injury suffered in the game. Second-round draft pick safety Bud Clark went out early with a broken ankle. He's expected to miss several months. Multiple reports out of Cleveland indicate that the Cleveland Browns have named Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback for Week 1. They will be at Jacksonville. They're on the road the first 2 weeks. There is some speculation that if Deshaun Watson looks as bad as he has in preseason, he will not start the home opener in Week 3. Portland Fire's playoff chances all but extinguished after falling to the Washington Mystics 105-100 Sunday afternoon. Mystics clinch a playoff spot. Portland moves on to Dallas to face the Wings on Tuesday. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All righty, welcome back in, 8:32. Happy Monday morning to everybody. It's been a fun show so far. We'll dive back into the NFL. Do you see more of this player or that player in this player? If that makes sense. We'll get to it coming up next.
Did you forget about some of the college football rules, too?
What new rules do we have?
So we have the fair catch kick.
Okay.
Under another rule approved Thursday by the Oversight Committee, a team can choose to attempt a kick after a completed or awarded fair catch. The kick will be a field goal place kick with a holder or a drop kick from the spot where the returner caught the ball.
That's an actual obscure NFL
We've seen
rule.
that in the NFL
Yeah,
randomly and rarely,
adopted
right?
that.
It's in college now.
Okay. But that happened last year in a game, didn't it? And it was like, this is the first time this has happened in however many years.
Another rule change on punts where jersey number exceptions, players who do not wear numbers 50 to 79 are used. The snapper and two adjacent linemen on either side who are lined up in or touching the tackle box are ineligible receivers by position.
Yeah, this is the one the coaches are all mad about because nobody wanted it.
That just sounded like absolute gibberish.
Offensive pass interference penalties will be 10 yards. Previously, the penalty for the offensive pass interference was
15.
15, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
no
that.
issue with
15 seems like such a huge punishment.
It seems a bit aggressive.
And uniforms. The Oversight Committee did not approve a proposal that would have required players to wear leg coverings from the top of their shoes to the bottom of their pants.
I'm glad we're focusing on the important issues.
NCAA governance. They still haven't fixed the targeting problem.
No, targeting is still a major issue. Although I do feel like there's been a bit of a wink and a nod behind closed doors. I don't know. Maybe just from watching a lot of Oregon. I don't remember a lot of their guys getting tossed for targeting last year.
Well, we can't define targeting clearly.
I feel like there's more of a wink and a nod behind the scenes of like, let's not.
Also, the suspension carryover is
it's ridiculously dumb.
So dumb.
I thought they reduced that, or they're at least allowing it to be reviewed. And
okay, that would be
How
great.
about just don't do it. I mean, just if you're tossing him, I disagree with that.
15-yard flag. Have it be yellow cards. This is so simple.
I know.
1 yellow card, 15-yard
Two
flag. You
red,
do it
you're
again,
out.
get your ass out of the game.
Exactly.
It's so simple. Just solve the
We got a
issue.
red card at the end of our match against LAFC because a guy got a second yellow.
Yeah.
We're playing one man down. We almost gave up a game-winning goal.
And that was a
Still
sub.
held on,
He
baby.
just came in. That's the guy they got from Europe.
He
Vincent
just came
Janssen.
flying around.
Two
Just started
quick
taking
yellows.
heads
Two
off.
quick yellows.
Two quick
Boom,
yellows.
boom. See you later, buddy. Before we get to some quarterback news, a couple of random names that keep sticking out. Oregon had their last fall scrimmage as they get ready. Game week will begin next week, right? We got to kick off a week from Saturday against Boise State down at Autzen Stadium.
Can you imagine if it was Portland State, by the way?
Yeah.
Talk about a depressing 2 weeks.
I did have a fun.
You're not excited for Portland State
I did have
starting.
a fun chat with the boss. Got some family who likes to go to the first game every year. It's kind of a family tradition. We used to do that when we were kids. My dad would take me and my brother down to the opening game. Usually be like Fresno State or Houston or and you go have fun, run around Autzen Stadium.
12:30 Boise State should
Right,
be
so
a glorious late summer day?
I'm going to take the brother and my nephew and nieces down, let them go run around a little bit. Teddy Ballgame might even make an appearance in game one. TBD, we'll see. He's 0-1 in his history at Autzen Stadium, so we got to get that monkey off his back.
Yeah. If he
falls to 0-2, I'm not taking him to another game ever
especially
again.
if it's Boise State.
Never again will I take him to a game. He's banned from Autzen for the rest of his life if he goes to 0-2, but the boss did have a funny joke of like, anybody wants to go to the Portland State game?
Nobody.
Anybody want to go?
Why would you go?
Anybody want tickets?
If you go because you don't care about anything
should take Teddy
else.
Ballgame to the Portland State.
It's a Friday night kick at 7:30, man.
Well, if you want to get the plus,
stop it.
With that,
You
dude.
stop it.
Bedtime is 8:30.
Also, I know where you're going. You're going to do the whole, if you want to make sure he wins. They're 30-point favorites. I
Yeah.
know
That
we think
low?
Boise State's going to be good.
No, the Portland State game doesn't have a line, and it's not quite 30. I think it's
24 and a
25
half.
and a half.
Okay, I'm close enough.
Don't overblow it here.
They're almost 30-point favorites against the best group of 6 team in the nation.
Yeah, I'll take them down. Couple of random names that keep popping up. This one I did not expect, but as I read and listen to things about fall camp, we know who they got it back, obviously. De'Aaron Hill coming back, Davison coming back. The injury fear-mongering we had with him for a brief moment was gone. Brandon Smith is a true freshman, is a name at running back that I continue to read and hear about. That is playing. I don't even think he was their top-ranked freshman in the class. I think that was Tadarian Bell.
Okay.
Or Ball, excuse me. But Brandon Smith is a name that continues to pop up when you talk to people about who's looking good down there. They love their trio of newcomers at wide receiver, Messiah Hampton, Jalen Lott, and Gatlin Bear. Gatlin Bear was the one who did the 2-year mission. So he was a 5-star in whatever class that would have been, 2023, 2-year mission, so he's a 20-year-old freshman. And I am now to the point where I legitimately, like Lanning talked about this on Saturday after the scrimmage, of they feel like they got their 8 guys up front that they know and they like and they're starting to get a rapport with. I think we're legitimately going to see a true freshman start in game one on the offensive line. They love both those guys. Tommy Toffee is probably the leading candidate.
Okay.
He showed up in the spring, and Big Manny didn't show up until the summer. The size and weight of those two guys were released, and I'm sure some of these numbers are cooked a little bit, but like both of them checked in as 18-year-old, 19-year-old true freshmen at 6'5", 6'6", 330, 340 pounds.
Jesus, that's
and so
crazy. True freshman that big?
I mean, the idea of starting a true freshman on the offensive line is a little daunting. I like the start of the schedule because you get him some games to kind of get his feet wet a little bit before things heat up at the end of September against USC.
Yeah.
But I do think a true freshman's going to start on the offensive line, and it'll be Tommy Toffee.
How are we feeling about that? You got to trust the Danimal, but
I trust
also
him. I trust him.
true
I'm worried
freshmen tend to make mistakes.
Worried about the bigger opponents and bigger matchups of the year, because that's I talked about this while you're out with their O-line. Like, their O-line's been they've been a Joe Moore Award finalist for 3 years in a row now?
Yeah.
But in their biggest games against Indiana or Ohio, like, they haven't played well against elite units. That's the weird conundrum that they're in, that they've been great to where you can recognize them for a season-long award for a position group, but then you fast forward to Indiana, and it's like, we can't block anybody up front. What the hell's going on
I
here?
also think some of that, like, it's nice to be in the consideration. We know, like, all things considered, they are one of the best groups. I think it was 2 years ago they became a finalist. I thought that was a bit of...
They got off to such a bad start that it was
struggle
like
against Idaho and Boise State. To me, even if you end up being a good group and make the finalist list, I just thought that was like...
Had a hard time blocking Idaho in week one. What are we doing here, man?
Disqualifying to me. And I don't care who was playing center.
Rule you out
like,
of the
come
running.
on, Idaho, bro?
Get out of here.
Just couldn't block Idaho?
Get out of here.
What are we doing here?
A couple of starters were named in the world of college football. Keelan Russell won the job at Alabama.
Yeah, see you later, Austin Mack, dude. How
Austin
about
Mack,
being loyal?
he was the guy who followed him. Yeah, committed to Washington. He was going to be a recruit in that next class at Washington. Followed him to Alabama. And Russell, if you want a connection there, he was DeCorian Moore's quarterback at Duncanville in Texas. Kind of came out of nowhere. Senior year, ended up being one of the highest ranked recruits in the country. Commits to Alabama. Not a surprise, I think, for a lot of people who followed that job. Alabama's fascinating this year, man. I don't know what to make of them. He's a very boom. Like, when you see highlights of him, you're like, oh my God, maybe this guy is it.
I think 9-3. I think they comfortably fly under the radar at 9-3.
Are you a playoff team at 9-3?
No. I know they're Alabama, and I know we said this last year, and they were given a benefit despite getting bludgeoned in the SEC title game. No, I unless we have a weird conference championship situation, I don't think you're getting in at 9-3.
Yeah,
I think we've asserted this. We've established enough to say 10-2 or better has to be the barometer here.
That's the benchmark.
Sans a Clemson winning the ACC on a 50-plus yard field goal, right?
Right.
I don't think 9-3 Bama gets in, but I also think despite legend existing, most people go, okay, sophomore quarterback, was fine navigating the waters. Maybe you get a bad loss in there, but for the most part, 9-3 with a guy that's gonna return.
Yeah, if he plays well, give you some optimism going into next year.
You're gonna, I think you're gonna feel pretty decent about that.
The other one just named this morning in the SEC, and the last time this team did it, to be fair, they went to a college football playoff, so maybe they know what they're doing here. Tennessee is going to name and did name Faison Brandon, their starting quarterback. It's a great name. He was a top 5 player in the country, true freshman cat. Remember, they had Nico a couple years ago takes in the playoffs, and you had that whole weird snafu of him transferring. Tennessee's been a factory for recruiting elite quarterbacks. Brandon is the next one in line, and so they're going to try the true freshman quarterback thing, which, again, to their point, they made the playoff with Nico a couple of years ago, but not always a guarantee that it works out. So you're going to have a true freshman. Their first game of note is against Texas at the end of September.
Yeah, I mean, they're an interesting team in the sense of, I saw some SEC people I follow that are like, this team's actually way more loaded than people talk about.
Really good.
If you
but
can
do you have the right quarterback now? That's the question.
Can you manage it? Because I don't truly believe in starting the true freshman day one. I think the track record speaks higher than the one-off situations you can give me here and there. That makes me nervous, but what are we to think of Heupel if they go 7-5?
Yeah. Again, is the quarterback playing well, or does he
7-5? I would assume that's a no.
That's a no, right? Yeah. They do have Georgia Tech in non-conference, I believe. And as I looked it up, I want to correct. Nico was a redshirt freshman. He played the bowl game and then got the job the next year, and then he entered the portal. So a little bit different, but still young quarterback who has had success. That was Ohio State to me last year. I think they had the best roster in the sport, but they had a quarterback who wasn't quite ready to do it, especially in the big moments. And so is that Tennessee this year? Time will tell. But a couple of starters out of SEC country get named over the weekend. Let's go to the National Football League, shall we? Is this player going to be more of this or more of that? Because there was more bad grades on the old report card over the weekend. We'll get to that next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. 8:47. Lots to get to in the final hour of the radio program. We were just getting the play-by-play of Danny Meringue's wedding last night. Congrats to the Meringues who got hitched last night. Patrick Harris was in attendance.
Said it was a good venue. It was great.
Going through
He was
the
having
details.
a good time, smiling, laughing.
I believe the brand man was there. Casey was there. And
Yeah.
so congrats to Danny and his now missus on the wedding last night, the festivities. Something that was going on yesterday, and I asked this question while you were out, and I'm wondering where your answer would go. Because correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were high on him coming out of college. Now, to be fair, he was the number one overall pick, so not a controversial take, right?
Okay.
Cam Ward, you're a Cam Ward guy.
Yeah, he's
Cam Ward guy.
Bit of a struggle bus in preseason.
It has not been great. Like the numbers were, you look at the box score and you're like, okay, that's not terrible, but it just was a lot of, there was a strip sack, hell of a play, by the way, on that strip sack to dive and knock the ball
Yeah.
loose. I mean, that's going to be on every teach tape in every defensive room that plays Tennessee if he's loosey-goosey with the football. He played his opening game against the 49ers in the preseason. The Niners essentially played third stringers on defense, and they couldn't move the ball to save their lives. Last night, again, it's like, all right, let's get our starters some reps. Here we go, baby. And there's just not a lot going on there. Not a lot offensively. I asked Swag while you were out, when you see him, because we've seen guys have down first years, and you don't necessarily throw him out, right? He's playing for an incompetent organization, a head coach that got fired. Then you got an interim coach. There's nobody really to throw the ball to. But they fixed some of that stuff, right? I think we trust their staff. They added a weapon in the draft.
Well, can I time out?
Sure, go ahead. Throw a challenge
Do we
flag.
trust their staff?
I do, at least.
I
yeah.
like Rob Saleh.
On the surface level,
What
I
has
do.
he proven as a head coach?
Literally nothing. But I
Brian
trust him as a leader.
Daboll got fired out of New York and is back to doing what he did,
Buffalo, Alabama.
Yeah, like it's been a hot second. So like,
yeah, he won a playoff game with Danny Dimes though, so there's a little bit of both there, mixed bag.
Also beat the Vikings,
and also like to Robert Saleh's point, and this is a different part of this conversation we could get to with Tennessee. Just Aaron Rodgers rupturing his Achilles. Like, I'm not going to sit here. That's not his fault.
But saying we trust him is different than saying like
that's fair.
There's still kind of some left to be proven here. Right?
I think their staff's better this year than it was last year. Fair. I think that. Now that's a very low bar. I think even I, with my 4-inch vertical,
you
could
can
jump
walk
over that bar. I could politely step over it.
Yes, I agree.
So I think their staff has improved. And I asked Swag when he was out, do you see more Caleb Williams or Bryce Young?
Ooh, Bryce Young is the problem with Bryce Young's problem is not actually his ability it's his size. I've always said I think if Bryce Young was 6'3",
yeah, it'd be great.
I would love Bryce Young. I love everything about Bryce Young. His size is why I'll never buy in.
Cam Ward is listed at 6'2", but I think we're also like you're tippy toes in
he's
that. I mean, he is an undersized quarterback.
I agree.
Not to the height of Bryce Young, but in a similar category.
Because of how bad year one went, not just for him, but really the franchise. I mean, this is a team that fired a coach in favor of a general manager who then 8 months later fired that general manager. and then drafted a guy and chose not to really look after his well-being. So what does he do? He develops bad habits, bad tendencies. He doesn't really quite understand some of the nuanced things that you need to be taught right away, and now he's playing catch-up. I've reminded myself of this, and I'll say this in kind of some defense of Cam Ward because I'm not out yet. We cannot take what we see in preseason and use it as gospel for what the season's going to mean for all these teams and players.
Nope.
I don't like some of the stuff I've seen, but that being said, I have to allow him time to be like Caleb the first few weeks of the season last year, where I picked the Bears to win the division and then jumped off it, flipped it, because I didn't feel great. There was a lot of like learning moments and, oh my God, he's not understanding it. Oh my God, Ben Johnson's going to get rid of him.
His completion percentage is 54% right now. What's happening?
Yes, he's throwing stupid balls still. He's still taking dumb sacks here and there. And then as you saw as the season went on, what happened? He started to kind of get more comfortable, and they won the division. And they got to the divisional round. I think I'd lean that's where more it goes. Now, I hope I'm not wrong. If I end up being wrong, we can jokingly rip up your Cam Ward statement, and I'll say, hey, man, I was wrong. I picked the wrong quarterback. I truly, truly believe this to my core. Some guys are destined to be great. Some guys are destined to eventually be good. See Sam Darnold.
Yes.
I also think we have a ton of examples, both former local guys, guys from all over the landscape that never went to the right situations. And once you get kind of broken into a certain mold,
it's hard to overcome it mentally, man.
It is, and it's just it's hard to break tendencies. So I hope that's not Cam Ward, but I would lean more Caleb, year one Ben Johnson. Here we go, year one Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
I also don't love. I love Carnell Tate, at least the idea of it.
Yes. He's got to prove it in the NFL, but yeah.
Wan'Dale Robinson, Calvin Ridley for me is like
you're hoping Carnell Tate comes in and can have an impact right away.
He is supposed to be.
And it's not a guarantee, but you took him so high that you're hoping that that's the result and what you're going to get out of him.
Yeah,
it is interesting because on the other side of this too, like your point on the coaching staff is fair and valid. We don't know what Saleh is technically as a head coach, and I would use the same quarterback argument you made. Like we've never really seen him with a full deck of cards. Now, does he have that in Tennessee?
He chose this though,
and this gets too. And it was interesting. I think it was Kawakami down in the Bay Area during the game last night, and it just wasn't looking pretty for Tennessee. They were having a hard time moving the ball. Seattle was getting strip sacks and all this on Cam Ward, and reminding us of the idea that at the end of last year, there were a lot of people in the 49ers building who were trying to warn. Now, some of this is self-preservation, too, because Robert Saleh is an elite defensive coordinator.
Yes.
And they wanted him to be around for another year. So there certainly is something for them to gain in this argument. But that they tried to argue at the time, hey, man, don't just jump at the next opportunity. Wait for the right job. Don't just go take a gig, because if it doesn't go well, how many coaches in the history of the NFL have been fired as a head coach for two different organizations and gotten another head coaching job?
Oh, this is it.
Like it's like this. You got one more shot, and it's to all the points.
Otherwise, you're Fangio the rest of your life.
Exactly. Like I'm just gonna go back to being a defensive coordinator. So all the points that you've brought up about their ownership situation, what they did to the last coach, what they did to the last GM, the way that they ran Cam Ward, like they're just not a trustworthy organization.
I would have never picked.
Right, and maybe it ends up going great this year, and Cam Ward takes a step, and here we go. Carnell Tate's an offensive rookie of the year, and damn, who saw that coming? The Titans are a playoff contender.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL can deliver surprises, but that was the big argument from a lot of people in the 49er building of like, dude, give it a good job will come open. You don't just have to jump at the first opportunity.
Oh.
A lot of this is putting the cart in front of the horse because it's just still preseason, but it has not gone well for Tennessee 2 games into the
I think it sums up. We're having this conversation about them. The other side is like, that's still a really good football team who just suffered a couple bad injuries, but they'll be okay.
They're going to be in the mix all year.
You know, on that point, I remember hearing there was some rumbling around the Niners last year that once it was like he became the focal point of the Titan search. There was a lot of people, and he's got a great relationship with Kyle, that people were trying to hint at, like, you sure that team?
That's one.
And I think the tough thing is, one, it's always got to be hard to say no to those opportunities, right? Like, if you think you're great at what you do,
you want to take a chance on yourself,
you
right?
believe in your culture building, you're just going to say, I can overcome these circumstances and morph this to how I need it to be. And I also think he got absolutely railroaded out of New York. And to a certain degree, he's kind of right. The Jets are a disaster organization. But the Rodgers stuff, like, what did we expect him to do there? He's a defensive coach. His starting quarterback was this seasoned vet MVP legend who could not stay healthy. What did we expect? But the Jets are the Jets. They fired him. Tail between your legs, go back, be an elite DC, have an overperforming defense with the injuries you're dealt.
Decimated, injury-wise.
You don't want to wait another year. He didn't want to wait another year. That's abundantly clear. He thought he got railroaded. I'm going to show you this. I'm not going to overreact to what we're seeing, but it's not great. I'll acknowledge that.
Be interesting to see how it plays out. Big year ahead in Tennessee, man. Quarterbacks don't get often more than 2 years to kind of run through and see how you can play. And if he doesn't play well, if they end up with a top 5 pick next year, they're taking a quarterback. That's just the way that this works in the National Football League. So big year ahead for Tennessee. Did not look great against Seattle. To your point, Seattle feeling great going into the year despite some of the banged up injuries that they have so far in the preseason. We have a lot to get to in the final hour of the radio program. I'm going to stick in the National Football League with some other tidbits out of the weekend. We got a couple of injury scares that happened, but maybe aren't as big of a deal. And one is officially as big of a deal as we thought it might be. It's a loaded final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Made it at 16. We made it at 17. Similar length now at 18. Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3. And Wyndham is the winner of the BMW Championship.
Jim Nance, CBS Sports. Wyndham Clark, a duck, winning the BMW with a birdie on the final 3 holes. 17 under, 10th player. A different player to win the U.S. Open and BMW Championship. Did you not know about that?
I mean, I glued to my BMW Championship facts. I also love that the broadcasters at one point correctly called him out for cheating. He gets away with it in every tournament that he plays in. He was lining up behind his ball in the rough, took 5 different clubs to see how it would stack up, slowly pressing the grass down, and then hit a perfect shot. What a shocking development.
Why does he not get nailed for that?
Great question, Bob. Great question.
What does this mean for the standings, by the way?
I mean, we're all glued to the final race, right?
I guess. Is there another one?
There's one. This is the last one.
This weekend's the last one.
This is the one that actually counts.
This coming week.
This is the tour.
Who's ahead right now?
What?
Scotty,
Who's ahead?
I would assume Scotty's in first place.
Scheffler's in first.
He had hand, foot, and mouth. Did you see him say he had hand, foot, and mouth?
No.
Oh.
Awful thing to say you have.
I didn't know adults could catch that.
Yeah. I don't know how, but hand, foot, and mouth.
I mean, anytime Teddy puts the foot near the mouth, you're like, dude, no, I don't want to deal with hand, foot, and mouth.
Layin' Wood Report is brought to you by our great friends at Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years and serving me. Talked about it in the first hour. I got the fence up. Thank you to Mr. Plywood, the great staff over there off Southeast Stark Street. They're also online, mrplywoodinc.com.
Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Seahawks wrapped up preseason week 2 of the NFL, grabbing an early 16-3 lead on the Titans midway through the first half. They called off the Dogs. Tennessee would rally for a 19-16 victory. Seattle more concerned about the injury that second-round draft pick safety Bud Clark suffered early in the game, left in an air cast. It is a broken ankle, and he is expected to miss several months. Portland Fire's playoff chances all but done. They go down to the Washington Mystics Sunday, 105-140. They were outscored 40-30 in the fourth quarter. The Mystics clinching a playoff spot, and now Portland goes to Dallas on Tuesday to take on the Wings. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your weekends were great. We've had a lot of fun on the show today.
Jeez, oh Pete!
I dropped that, by the way, this weekend.
Yeah, Jeez, oh Pete, while you're putting your fence in?
Building the fence, doing something. I was like, really?
Did you try one of these two?
We want your pee.
Nope.
Didn't
do
one?
that, but
Nope.
I did just drop a clean Jeez, oh Pete, and I did drop a couple.
I've taught the kiddo that we have this new game that he's discovered. We got these like things that suction together. They're like little toys you can build stuff, and they suction together. Okay. But if you throw them out the window, they suction to the window. So now we have a new game in our living room. We'll just sit there for like 15 minutes hucking these things at the window. And every time I get one to stick, it's probably about a 10% clip because you got to get it right. It's got to hit right and all that. Every time one sticks to the window, we go, "Epa!" The kiddo, Teddy, "Epa!" It's pretty fun.
Quick question for you. If you get caught in a brothel sting, what do you want me to say on air about it? In the event it happens, Andy Johnson caught with hooker.
When's this gonna happen? Is it happening soon? Am I like
let's say it
57? Are my
say
kids moved out?
You're 46.
Okay, so about 9 years from now.
You just randomly caught with a hooker and a bunch of lube. What do you want me to say? Well, I mean, you're possessing criminal tools.
Is the lube my criminal tool?
I would say in some instances it probably feels criminal.
Should we do that as a poll question today? Is lube a criminal tool?
Yeah. I think it's fair.
Is that a counties here for Jed York?
I mean, in this instance.
What a morning, dude. Jed York getting arrested and Deshaun Watson being named the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. It's been a hell of a morning in the NFL.
Back to the question.
That's a great.
And there's like a mugshot of you. You're disheveled.
There's nothing you can. At that point, I can't deny it. I'm in prison.
Well, I know. What do you want me to say publicly about it? I couldn't ignore it. Yeah, guys, I saw my co-host is not here today because he was caught with a hooker.
Here's what I'll say. If that were to happen to me, I'm sure my personal life is falling apart at that moment. I don't see things going well after I get out of prison. But you know what? I will allow you. I will grant you the ability to make fun of me because it's hilarious. Getting caught in a sting, like not knowing, being there. And having
hilarious?
I think it's the visual of it. Like think about Jed York laying on a massage table. He's getting worked on, and then all of a sudden you just FBI, and they come running, and he's just you're in there naked.
Your stomach is
you got hot oils, hot oils on your chest.
That is Tower of Terror level stomach.
There's wax. What do? You jump up. You got to grab your towel and cover up. Like it's the visual of that is hilarious to me. So
I hope there's no cameras released.
I grant you the ability to make fun of me.
There's like candle wax on his nipples.
It's
not what it looks like.
I just hope my traps look good in the mugshot.
Well, it's more your hair.
Flex out. Oh, the hair would look
Maybe
so
you're
bad,
growing
dude.
the hair out.
The hair would look so bad. I can't not wear a hat anymore. I'm too bald. It's going too far back.
I don't know.
I'm too ashamed in public to not wear a hat.
If you are caught in an instance like this, like what is John Lynch going to say today? What's Kyle Shanahan going to say?
We're going to let the legal process play out. We got no comment at this time.
Yeah, that's probably what they do say.
That's all you're going to do.
I guess.
I'm here to talk about tomorrow, not yesterday. We're looking forward to opening with the Rams in Australia.
And then we'd have to have the uncomfortable conversation of like you coming back on the show.
Yeah. I wasn't there for that. I just happened to be there. Get my calves worked on.
Andy, welcome back. The floor is yours. Whatever you want to say.
Do I fake some tears?
I don't think you can fake it.
It's such a trying time. Now, I will say a hooker is a little bit different.
I love my wife line would definitely get dropped.
Should I just do what Vrabel's done?
Never
acknowledge the mistake, but not acknowledge the mistake.
Right, dance
I'm
around
working
it.
through personal things, but not act like I cheated on my wife for 5 years with Diana
Even
Rossini.
though she got fired for the obvious reason. You've been caught while she was pregnant loading a boat with her.
Oh, good stuff.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Jed York, stay classy, my friend. It's been a hell of a morning in the National Football League.
By the way, he's got family in Ohio, so that's why he was back at East Palestine.
You're just visiting family and you can't avoid a massage parlor that traffics humans? Again, we don't know that. Allegedly. We'll wait and see.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Bottle of lube in his pocket. Go have a good time in East Palestine. Over the weekend, did anybody do a bigger sigh of relief potentially than Raider fans who thought maybe Ashton Genty was out for the year and then came out with a sprained ankle?
I mean, sprained ankle's nothing
It's still
for running back.
Something now. How long is he going to be out and all that? We're still waiting to see, right? A couple of weeks, maybe, potentially.
Did you see the guy that took him first in the fantasy draft, by the way?
I did, and I know that he became
Why are people having fantasy drafts right now?
It's a great question.
What do you mean?
Why?
Wait till the preseason's over, I think is his
Why don't
argument.
you wait till the preseason's over and
Don't all the drafts happen now?
No, you can do it all the way up to the start of the season.
We're doing ours the night before the Seahawks opener.
Yeah.
Wow.
You set your lineup the next day. There
The
you go.
league I was in for 2 years, I feel like was around right now.
Well, it's this point exactly that I drafted. I don't know about Genty 1, but your Genty's going relatively high. I would think running backs usually do.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt. I don't know.
I don't know if he's in my top 15 players I draft.
With
my first pick?
I'm also not
The
going to.
Raiders?
I know. I get it. I'm also not going to, would it be shocking if he has a good year and scores a bunch of touchdowns? I mean, if I
Would
told
you rather have Matt Stafford and what his season was or Ashton Genty?
Well, you know me. I'd rather have the quarterback. I think it's more reliable to trust on a guy like that.
I
although
tend
his
to agree with you.
back has been an issue. I'll throw one at you because nobody would have. This is why I don't
James
like
Cook?
criticize. Yeah, James Cook.
He was good last year.
He was fantastic. I don't like criticizing drafts because if you go back 1 year from now, and where we were talking about fantasy drafts, if I told you I was taking Saquon Barkley #1 overall, what would you say? Have to, right? You had 2,000 yards, 13 rushing touchdowns.
But I would also, as somebody who had him on my team 2 years ago when he was the MVP or the offensive player of the year,
right?
And then last year,
his yards were cut in half. He played 16 games.
I fully expected him to drop off. Now he was dropping off
to that level
way harder.
He went from 6 yards a carry to 4, 2,000 yards to 1,100 yards, and he didn't get banged up.
He didn't do anything for me last year.
Couldn't do squat last year. And so I get the joking nature, and then he gets hurt on top of it. So that video went viral, and everybody punched down at that guy. You just never know in the NFL, man. How many years did Christian McCaffrey have where he was a #1 pick during his time in Carolina, and he'd be out for the year? It's just, dude, it's a roll of the dice. So would I have taken Genty #1 overall? No. But it does seem like they dodged a bit of a bullet. To your point, we don't know. The ankle sprain is still a big, significant injury. We don't know how long it's officially going to be. But it does seem like they were spared maybe the biggest concern that they potentially had and how bad things could possibly get. Elsewhere in the injury news in the National Football League, one was as bad as we thought it would, and any hope of him returning in the back half of the year, which was speculated late in the week, is now out of the window, and that is Tyler Biadasz of the Chargers has been put on season-ending
devastating
IR. And so their center, there was already a clip that went viral from their preseason game. Now, it was only one series for Herbert, and I think he threw the ball twice. He only played 3 plays. But there was 4 reps in a row where their guy who are they slotting now at right guard just got absolutely obliterated.
Well, because their original pick
anybody.
was a center, moved to guard, and now he's back to center.
Now he's back to center, and so now you got somebody else got to play guard, and he was just getting lit up like a Christmas tree. And so you hope that the tackles stay healthy, and that will stabilize things a little bit up front. But losing your center, who was your big offseason acquisition, that's a brutal blow. And for the Chargers, it's kind of just more of the same of what they've gone through the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Chargers coming in with a lot of expectations and pressure. And when you bring an offensive guru in to kind of make the offense the thing that leads the team and not so much just rely on defense, losing a starting center before your season starts is beyond devastating. Yeah. And if they lose Slater or Alt, I don't know how Jim Harbaugh's going to handle it. Because to lose one of them again,
to go through the same thing he went through last year,
which sometimes guys develop reputations and it sucks for them, but Slater already got banged up in camp.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is him getting hurt, or is that they're just like monitoring or managing the injury.
That's what I'm saying. It's like maybe it's not that serious, and maybe he
I'm
won't
with you.
have an injury reputation.
He didn't practice for like a week and a half, and it was the same time Biotish went down.
The funny thing is, people have been doing this to Christian McCaffrey for a couple years now. Of like, I've done it. I've been waiting for the injury.
No way he stays healthy. He's got calf issues in camp. No
exactly.
way.
Calf soreness, and then he gets 400 touches, and you're like, okay, everything's all right.
Well, I guess that went okay. So brutal news for the Chargers. Raiders maybe dodged a bullet. I continue to go back to, and I am just baffled by the idea. I have not been able to wrap my head around. I think it was about 2 hours ago we found out. I can't even begin to process how I would feel as a Browns fan right now, finding out that Deshaun Watson's going to be my starting quarterback. Like, even if I ask you to make the argument...
Swag, you should look up... Can you look up 92.3 The Fan on Twitter and see if they have a reaction video to that?
There's got to be somebody yelling.
And that would have been about, what, an hour or 2 hours ago.
That was right as we were getting into the cafe.
7
right about
a.m.
7 a.m. this morning.
We weren't able to get any live reaction, but they have to have had somebody gone off. Look, you can say financially it makes the most sense. We had one of our listeners, Jeff, point out that, like, the highest, payout is Tua, and I get it, it's $86 million. Dude, Haslam doesn't have Giannis.
I don't care.
And you're worth billions of dollars. I don't care. Like, you cannot have this guy as a part of your franchise, and this is an obvious middle finger. Those fans, they're not going to. I wish they'd collectively boycott. Like, could you imagine seeing a Browns game on TV?
Why would you pay?
And there's like 1,000 people at the game.
It'd be fantastic.
I would love for them to say, we're done with you.
Yes.
Do what you need to do to get us back. You know what that takes.
Right.
That's how you talk to these guys, because they don't care that a caller calls in and goes off or a host has an opinion.
Are they making money and selling tickets?
Exactly.
And the answer is yes, because people love football in Cleveland.
You don't even have to like Shador. You easily go to Shador in this instance over Deshaun Watson.
Dude, I'm not high on Shador Sanders in any way, shape, or form as an NFL quarterback. Do I think he'll ever turn into a prolific starter in the league? Absolutely not. I would start him in a heartbeat over Deshaun Watson.
He looked far and away more functional against Buffalo.
It's not even close.
Than Deshaun did.
And he played in the first half, and Deshaun played in the second half. So you can say there's worse players around Deshaun. I don't care. He's an established vet. Like, you should be able to dominate preseason football against backups on the other side. We don't do this, but in the modern sports media culture, there's a lot of like, I'm going to manufacture this argument. All right, before the show, you're going to be on this side, I'm going to be on that side. Let's go back and forth.
Right.
Make compelling content. If I hired you to do First Take, you're on First Take today with Stephen A. Smith, and I say, Brandon Sprague, your job today is defend Deshaun Watson starting in Cleveland. Where do you even go?
Well, I think Stephen A. did do it once, and that's making the rounds again.
Of course he is.
I wouldn't. I'd refuse.
You can't do it.
I'd say, I'm not going to do that. I'm like, you can stretch an opinion you have far. You can say, like, you know what? I will defend Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty this year, I think, is going to be in the top 4 in rushing yards.
Right.
And he's going to be in the top 4 in touchdowns for running backs. You can do that. You can go extreme with it. And I don't even know how extreme that is. It's entirely different to really justify Deshaun Watson being a starting quarterback. He's been terrible.
He's been so bad,
before the
man.
Achilles,
Yeah.
after the Achilles, it's just, it's ugly, man.
If I'm a Browns fan, this is frustrating. Like, my baseball team deals with this from time to time where there's not a real sense of urgency from the ownership to do anything. But one of the reasons why is that they have this, like, historic, beautiful landmark ballpark that 3 million people come to every baseball season. And so it's not sold out every night, but there's butts in the seats on more nights than there's not. And it's a real angering thing for a lot of passionate fans who don't use it as a night out or a social gathering, and they're like, dude, we need to hold these people accountable. Why are we still packing this place?
That's a big tourist spot,
right? We need to send
yeah.
a message, right? And that just doesn't happen. This is the greatest argument for any fan base ever. They booed him during that game. He came in, they booed him.
He tore his Achilles.
They booed him when he tore his Achilles. He came out after the game. We'll play it again.
He also said Friday, by the way, I don't care about being booed. He was asked about it, and he said, no, it doesn't bother me. And then he got booed, and then guess what bothered him?
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
You'd have to really be hard-pressed to find. This is one of, we knew the contract was bad. This is one of the biggest downfalls of an athlete
ever.
That hasn't committed. He's going to prison for life, or
right,
you know what I mean? Like, he hasn't had a
Aaron
Mike Vick
Hernandez.
thing, right, exactly, something like that. But he's got the off-field stuff, which is already ugly enough. Enes Kanter wants to show up to a WNBA game instead of showing up to Cleveland, Ohio, and protesting that guy being a starting quarterback in the league. But he stands up for women. And then you pair that with, like, him acting like he's some big savior to a city. The city never wanted him.
Never did, yeah.
They chose him over Baker. Baker's gone on to have a pretty nice little run. This guy literally can't. He doesn't look like he can play football anymore.
In 4 seasons in Cleveland, I think he's played 19 games.
I think once this is done, I think his league run is done, dude.
Nobody's giving him another chance.
I don't think we hear from him. You found something from the fans?
Okay, so this is shortly after the announcement on Cleveland. So the show is Talking Heads. It's their early morning show.
Good name for a show.
It is.
And this was their initial thought about the decision, and that it said more about what they feel about Shedeur Sanders than Deshaun Watson.
Today's decision, it screams to me, they don't think he's the guy either. Because if they thought he had a real chance to be the guy, he'd be the starter right now. Forget 2026. Think about 2027. If they thought he was the guy, wouldn't you want him to get as much playing time as you possibly could so that you can be sure? Andy, they have a huge franchise decision coming up. We're going to take
so
all
is this double down bad for Sanders?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
They've said that you're not ready to play, and we're willing to play this guy that just it aggravated the entire fan base.
2 of the 4
and didn't look good on Saturday.
2 of the 4 quarterbacks might be on this team next year, and I would say the best chance of those quarterbacks to be on this team next year, Dylan Gabriel and Taylor Green.
That's the take.
If I were a Cleveland fan, I would have been done a while ago. This would be, I would hope, the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sometimes there needs to be an organizational decision. I don't disagree with necessarily the point, right? Like, if they had hope that Shedeur Sanders could become a guy, you would think that they would want to play him. I don't think that they think that about him, and that's part of the problem here.
Well, he's drafted after Dylan
He's
Gabriel.
a 5th-round pick. Like, he's not – it's not going to happen, man. We're not going to make fetch a thing. His on-field interview was great, by the way, during their game. I watched the whole 7 minutes of it.
I think he could be in the league for a while.
He's a funny personality.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, people think it's a personal thing. Like, I don't care, dude. Oregon whoop, Colorado, whatever. He's just not that. He's not that level of quarterback in the NFL in my mind. This is one where you need to throw a bone to your fan base. No pun intended. If you're a Cleveland Browns fan, who would you rather watch start the opener?
Yeah.
It's not even a debate. Like, I don't think Shedeur Sanders is any good. I'd much rather watch him suck. You know why? Because Deshaun Watson's going to suck.
Right.
They both suck.
Right.
It's just a different version of suck. And we all know that the Browns next year are going to do what in the draft? No matter who the quarterback is this year, what are they going to do?
They're going to pick a quarterback.
They're taking a quarterback because they're going to suck this year. And they're going to have a top 5 pick.
Dante goes to Cleveland. And Watson's back because they still didn't financially want to buy him out.
It just is unbelievable. Like, this is one, after everything that was said this weekend, everything that transpired, him trying to act like he's been some saint in the community, as if anybody in Cleveland wanted him, or our on-field performance has nothing to do with this. It's one of the most tone-deaf statements I've ever heard from an athlete. That's the moment as an organization that I take that decision out of my coach's hands and I say, we're throwing a bone to the fans. Deshaun, you're gone. $127 million. I don't care. I'm good for it. We're eating the money. We blow this year anyways. Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, go suck it up. We'll take a quarterback next year in the draft. This is such an easy solution.
Or just give it to Taylor Green and let me be right.
What the hell, dude? I'd rather watch Taylor Green start from this year than if I'm a Browns fan than Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
Shocking stuff over the weekend. I thought 24 hours ago, I would have told you I thought Deshaun's going to get cut. Now he's the starting quarterback of the
You thought they were really going to eat the money?
After the comments and how ugly that was, and Monken coming out and being like, dude, if you don't want to get booed, play better. Like, yeah, I felt like that was heading for an exit, and he's trying. He almost feels like he's going Costanza, like he's trying to get out of there. He doesn't want to be there anymore.
No, he hates them.
They despise him in Cleveland.
Real quick, think about this. Who is the athlete that comes the closest? Who's the next athlete? The fan base hates this guy on their team.
Oh, it's a great question.
Because he's easily number one in all of sport.
That is a great question.
Who is the next one? Think about that one.
Deshaun, the starter in Cleveland. There's a little bit leftovers in the National Football League from the weekend. I got a couple more NFL things in the notes we'll get to. Also, a complaint from one college program that seems a little hypocritical, and I'll explain that a little bit more. Loaded Final Hour continues next on The Fan.
The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, just a week out from the U.S. Open tennis tournament getting underway in Flushing Meadows. Coco Gauff cruised to the win at the Cincinnati Open on a Sunday, dispatching fellow American Jessica Pegula in straight sets. She won her last 5 matches in straight sets and is looking to round into form, possibly winning another Grand Slam in a few weeks.
How about this one? It's a little bit of an oldie but a goodie nonetheless. There are certain animals in the animal kingdom that, do you feel sorry for when they get killed and eaten?
Yes.
Like, I see a dolphin get killed by an orca.
Yeah,
I feel terrible.
Sad.
I love dolphins.
That makes me sad.
The blue whale, the biggest of the beasts.
Yes.
It was seen a orcapod had learned by practicing with one of their own how to suffocate a whale by putting their body weight on top of the whale until it couldn't come up anymore.
Whoa.
They practiced this. They then chased down a blue whale.
Holy hell.
And executed it like 10 orcas jumped on a blue whale.
Dude, we got to get the orcas out of here. Orcas are a problem.
They're...
Yeah. Free Willy was
I
such
love
a
orcas,
ruse.
but it's
Just
becoming a little terrifying.
Absolute BS Free Willy was.
They devoured a blue whale, by the way. Just a terrifying display.
They just eat the whole thing? Is that what they
Oh,
do? Yeah. Just bite for bite. I, as somebody who laughed at the idea from the entire time, watching it come to an end this weekend was hilarious and so satisfying. Live Golf came to an end this weekend in Indianapolis.
Well, for the year, they're back.
Oh, of course they are.
got
Live
an investor.
2.0. Don't worry, it'll be totally fine. Tyrrell Hatton, if you go watch a video of him on the stage for their team trophy, he literally stood up there and ran off the stage 4 seconds into it. John Rahm was asked what he's looking forward to in the future of Live Golf. He said, I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. I'm excited about that. We have players heckling the crowd because the crowd is heckling them. And the way that they were so pompous and arrogant when they left, the reports also came out. One of the biggest detractors of the PGA Tour was Sergio Garcia. The report is one of the reasons they decided to pull their funding was what he did at the Masters, destroying the tee marker with all of his Live gear on of like, this is a horrible look for the league. We want out of here.
He's the plague?
What?
The Spanish rat?
He's the one. Good riddance to all you bastards.
There you go. There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in, 9:29. To the question of Deshaun Watson and hating him to that level.
Find another athlete that isn't that level.
Nothing
who's
will touch
second?
that.
Who's the sports
Let me ask you
fans
this.
that hate the athlete on their team?
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Who's number one for the Blazers in your lifetime?
It's probably Ray Felton.
Is it Ray Felton?
I'm trying. I mean, you know, Rashid at the end wasn't great, and Bonzi was.
You can't put them though. Like it's certain, like they got booed and flipped off the crowd. I get it, but they also had success here and accomplished
Ray Felton
things.
challenged them to a fight.
Yeah.
Show up to my apartment in the Pearl and we'll fight.
Who are other candidates? Who
J.R.
else is in the
Ryder.
running?
J.R.
Ryder,
a great one.
Yeah. Ruben Patterson. I know he was on some of those teams, but
yeah, that's a
talk about legal issues playing into it. That's certainly a part of it with Deshaun Watson. But yeah, Ray Felton probably number one. Yeah, probably still taking the cake. His fat.
Do we have
ass.
an active second place in sport?
Some of the ones that got texted in: Trevor Bauer when he was pitching, although he's been banned from he's been blackballed.
Well,
from
he
baseball.
got pretty much sent packing as soon as that came to light.
Yes, nobody will give him another sniff.
They didn't linger with that one. That was see you later.
Another classy signing by the Dodgers. Dylan Brooks.
I don't think they knew he was doing that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they're cheating. I think
Dylan Brooks is a lovable villain on your team, but you
if he's on
definitely
your
don't
team.
like him. But you've also you have separated him and your Oregon fandom to a certain degree because he's been somewhat.
I don't claim him. Yeah,
controversial.
I don't claim
How
him.
did
But
Grayson Allen feel about, or Duke feel about Grayson Allen when he was?
Duke loves him.
I think Duke loves him.
Okay,
that's the hard part with the villains is that you kind of like having those guys. Like if we had Draymond over the years,
But that's not the same.
I know.
thing,
Deshaun's
you
different
know?
because he's terrible and he's a horrible person. It's like the worst combination that you can have. It's one thing if you suck. At least if you're a good person, maybe you feel a little bit bad. But he's a horrible person and a horrible football player simultaneously. So that makes him very easy to hate.
I mean, like, I can't think of one in the NFL. Like, there's obviously bad guys in the NFL.
Yes,
a
and
lot of players.
Yes. Guys who've gotten into legal trouble.
I don't
and
think
all that.
Tyreek Hill reached this level at all. He
No.
came into the NFL having
Never.
had what he had, and Chiefs fans were like, yeah, well, he runs a 4.3 40, and he catches a lot of deep passes.
It's just hard to the breaking point for a fan base.
Is Rashee Rice approaching this for Chief fan? Is that fair to ask out loud?
He would if I were a Chiefs fan.
He can't stop getting in trouble?
No, and he's also not producing that much on the field. Because there is a you're an awful person, but you're good at football.
No doubt
sliding
about
scale that all of us are guilty of things that you're willing to look past and allow to go down and say, well, but and you have an explainer on the other side of it. Rashee Rice, he can't stay healthy and he's not available. He's not like he's had flashes and moments, but he's no Tyreek Hill. It's not even in the same conversation.
Right,
so
right.
That's part of this too, and that's the most laughable thing about Deshaun is that his insinuation that play has nothing to do with this, dude. If he comes out and starts the season 7-0 and plays like the Deshaun Watson of year 3 in Cleveland when they're in an AFC Championship game, everybody will be cheering for him.
Was there a chance that had we made the Anthony Davis trade, this would be our, and it's obviously not the same in terms of like off the court field, but in terms of expectation meets salary meets what you're supposed to be,
durability questions, yeah.
Like, again, not the exact same, so don't try to say I'm competent. What I'm competent is he comes to Portland, we make that, it's our trade.
Right, that's your offseason move.
And he doesn't play, and then when he does play, it's not as productive as it was when they won the title in L.A., and like I could see a scenario where we're kind of booing that.
I could see that, yeah, where it doesn't work out for you contractually.
But
it's a
finding
bloated number.
The sweet spot of why they hate him mixed with the poor performance,
yeah.
That's a hard one to find, man.
A good question, too. Somebody said, one of our P1s, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened to him because he was good. He was really good. How did he just fall off a cliff?
So I think this is just my opinion. I think one, the shoulder stuff is hard for a lot of quarterbacks. He didn't just suffer Achilles injuries. Two, I really, truly believe he had to sit out while all of that noise started. And I don't care who you are. Some people they have a gift of truly not caring about anything. Even the bad people, and I would categorize him as not a great person, I think a lot of that broke him. Can you imagine being the darling of college football?
You win a national championship.
The story of your
Clemson,
life. Yeah. Getting the house from Warwick done, and oh my God, you won the national championship, you beat Alabama,
right.
And then you go to Houston and
success.
You're this instant success story, and he is the future of the league. We all thought the same thing about him.
We all did.
And then these reports start coming out, and they trickle out. Then he gets hurt. Now he can't play. He can't silence all he has to consume is the noise.
Yeah.
He's not breaking film down knowing he's not playing the rest of the season. I think it was a combination of the injuries paired with the off-season noise or the off-the-field noise. I think it just shattered him.
It's wild stuff, man. It's one of the bigger fall-offs we've ever seen from an athlete. I'm with you that had to just, like on your mental health, how that would play out. I mean, man.
You can't be like one of the highly regarded guys at your position who also, by the way, seemed to be pretty likable and people rooted for, to a pariah attached with disgusting off-field behavior, and now you're a villain.
Yeah, people texting. We got Ray Lewis chimed in, but if you're a Baltimore fan, you love Ray Lewis, dude.
You probably cried when he won the second Super Bowl.
You probably did. You probably
you
still
weren't thinking
do
about the blooded suit when they beat the Niners.
Allegedly. You probably still do the dance when you're walking into a room to watch a Ravens game. Like, that, again, is your sliding scale.
I think a lot of NFL fans, if we're being fair, the little hip thrust at the end of the dance, Michael Jackson move he does.
It's a good little move. It's a good little move.
Yeah. But yes, there's good examples out there.
Another one, Karl Malone. Like, again, Karl Malone's a horrible person. Yes. Horrible person. But Jazz fans love him. It's okay to admit it.
13-year-olds do.
I get it. GP2 getting chimed in. That's a good poll.
Yeah, that's
also
a really good
weird
one.
nexus for like Oregon State fan / Blazer fan who loved him and then hate like.
Very odd.
I always love picturing those fans of like had GP2 been a Duck and that storyline played out with an Oregon player coming to Portland, absolutely railroading us out of stealing money, essentially refusing to play, the injury stuff. He goes to Golden State.
One of the worst signings by our team in a long time, by the way.
Without a doubt. And he never wanted to be here.
Level. We traded him at the deadline.
He never played. He never did anything.
No.
And then he backstabs us on the way out as if it was our fault with the injury accusations and all this crap and nonsense. Like, dude, yeah, GP2 can pound sand. That's a good one.
It's fair to flip it. I would say I think more Oregon State fans than not would tell you, yeah, it was a bad position to be in and it sucked. Screw that guy. But thank you to that guy for getting us back to the tournament. You know what I mean? Like, screw that guy.
Our programs are in different spots. I get it.
Yeah.
Like, Oregon fan is, we've had a few more tournament runs, but I see that point. I see that argument. Ja Morant, if he gets in trouble, like, play that scenario out. If Ja Morant this year gets some,
I mean, that's going to be a tough one.
Get into some serious trouble, and everybody will say that's why. Like,
I also just find the
he'll
fan
become
base,
a villain.
like, we're never all going to agree on stuff, right?
Ray Felton feels like one of the few ones, and GP2 for sure, that everybody is in unison with.
When your legend or your all-time great athlete steps in it after they play, it's an odd position.
Very, yeah.
You know who's going through this is
Cantor.
Urlacher. Who was Cantors?
I'm just saying, Ennis Cantor, somebody said he might be more hated now than Felton because of everything going on.
I mean, let's not get into that asshat. Urlacher's going through this in Chicago because he's dove into some of the political and the police story stuff, and that's not resonated very well with a lot of Bears fans. So there's and you're not going to get universal opinion on all these opinions, but it's always odd too when you're legends like Jazz fans. Jazz fans that believe in science.
That's a hard one.
And love the basketball team. It's been very tough with Karl Malone and at sometimes John Stockton.
Yes.
Those were your two dudes.
Those are your guys.
For like 15 years.
For even longer than that. For like 35 years, man. They were forever.
Yeah.
Played all the way to like 2003. One little note here before we go to the final segment of the day. I always love when these things come out and people complain, and then it's turning out that like maybe we should focus on other issues. So this came out. There was a column that came. What article? Omaha.com. And Troy Dannon is the athletic director at Nebraska.
Yeah.
Formerly of Washington, was there for about 4 months and then bounced to Nebraska. And he has a quote in this article of, where is it? Quote, "We are not flirting with the top of the league when it comes to our player support. Whether NIL or revenue share or cumulative dollars, part of our challenge right now is to put us in the same position at the top of the league as we are with facilities and infrastructure and other investments." And on the surface level, you might read that and say, okay, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, I understand it. The funny thing is, because in this article they go through, and none of these numbers are concrete, but like a rough estimate of what the payrolls are for the Big Ten teams in the conference, and them saying we are 9th in the Big Ten, so we're right in the middle, but like how are we supposed to beat the teams at the top, right? And that's a very reasonable thing to say out loud. I saw this and it made me laugh out loud from our guy Josh Peterson in Omaha. For all the money being put into the program, Nebraska is 9-9 in the Matt Rule era against teams that they're spending more than.
Oh.
And they're 0-5 against Minnesota and Iowa, they are spending more than. And his entire point being, you're asking us to pony up more so you could beat the teams at the top, but you're already ahead of all these other teams, and you can't beat the teams below you.
I forget the context, but that that meme with the guy who I think is at a UN meeting and he's taking the headphones off.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's me right now hearing that.
We need
Can
more
you
money.
imagine
We're
losing?
9th in the Big Ten. We need more money. Dude, you're 500 against teams below you. So what's the more money going to do? It just, everybody loves to complain about this.
Extend him.
I know.
Why did they extend him?
We had another one in college football over the weekend, and we can wrap up with that. Now,
I saw that.
May
That
or
happened
may
Friday,
not
didn't
tie
it?
into tomorrow.
Didn't
I
it
don't
happen
know.
Friday?
It happened on Friday, and asked the question.
Also, why are we framing this as a 6-year extension when it's really only 2 added on years?
Yeah, we need to.
It's very odd how they do that.
Provide the context. Is it the right call, though? Because sometimes this ages terribly, and I think Nebraska might be an example of that this year. Time will tell. We'll wrap up the show on a Monday. We'll do it next on The Fan.
The Fan.
All right, last one for us on a Monday. If you missed any of the show, you can go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com. At 1051thefan on Twitter. We'll tweet it out. The Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts, we're up everywhere. You can also rewind on YouTube and listen back to the show if you want to go that route. And make sure you like and subscribe to the channel if you have not done so yet.
Had to go get a chainsaw blade this weekend because we were trying to chainsaw the roots because the auger was not getting through it.
Not an easy thing to do.
And it was the end of our Friday, exhausted, I'm sore, and I walk into one of these supply stores, and I met a great listener.
Did you?
Yeah. I couldn't have asked him dumber questions. He's like, hey. And I was like, hey.
Hey.
And then I had to be like, where's, and then I read it. I wasn't reading it right. It was very confusing.
Yeah.
I was like, great. Glad you could meet me and I can look like an idiot.
Look like a jackass who doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Can you help me out here with some manly tools? I had that. We were at the park on Saturday. I took the kiddo, let him go run around. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm like, yeah, let's just get him out. And I'm standing by the big red slide. And somebody, hey, are you Andy Dirt Johnson? You bet your ass I am, buddy. Thanks for listening, man.
You responded with bet your ass I am.
Bet your ass I am in front of a bunch of little toddlers running around. He was such a P1 that he was listening to Sports Saturday on his way over to come to the park on Saturday.
That's a fan P1
That is a fan P1. So I always love seeing
the
him
delightful pipes of Joe Fisher and Rashad Taylor.
He said they were talking about chess, and then I thought, well, I've got follow-ups now.
Chess?
Chess? Did you say chess? Was that two S's, or was there a T in there? And he said, no, they were talking about chess, and then pivoted to football. I said, that's okay. That's a remarkable transition if you can pull that bad boy off.
You good at chess?
No, horrible.
Swag looks like he'd be good at
I don't
chess.
know all the... I don't play enough to know like who can go sideways, forward, backwards.
Oh, really? You don't even know the pieces and what they could do?
Not really, no.
The horsies are the L shapes.
Yeah, okay.
The bishops are the diagonals.
The queen can go everywhere, right?
Queen can do anything.
Queen can do anything she wants.
The king can only move a spot.
Only one at a time.
The castles go up and down or side to side.
Those would be rooks.
Yeah, rooks.
The castles.
Trying to help him explain. If I said rooks, you think he'd know?
The rookies? Is a rookie minicamp?
You think if I said rooks, he'd go,
the rooks. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You would jump in there.
Knights go in L shapes. Yeah.
Lake us, where you go.
Pawns can only move one, but one of them can move two. And that's
you play a lot of chess, Swag?
Not a lot.
Yeah,
some.
I beat him.
We now need this. This needs to be the new
I can
challenge.
hear it in the tone.
We're never going to get the Danny Meringue versus Joe Fisher golf round because we're a bunch of cowards in this building, and we like to say things and then never back it up.
To be fair, that was a only one-side thing. Joe Fish showed up.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
I now need this. We need to live stream this on YouTube.
I'm
Swag
not live
versus
streaming
Sprague.
chess. I'll play you. I'm not live streaming
This needs
chess.
to be live streamed.
What a boring
all
video.
commentary. I'll stand behind the camera commentary, play-by-play. He just moved his castle. Oh, my God. What's Swag going to do?
Swag, stop.
You mean rook? It's a rook, you idiot. The Nebraska conversation got me thinking of this. So last year there was the threat of Matt Rule going to Penn State. Remember when that was a thing? And it was this idea of, well, the AD knows Matt Rule. Matt Rule knows the AD. They're good buddies. Uh-oh. And Nebraska at the moment was having an okay start to the year. Everything crumbled in the back half of the year for them. And they did the panic move that you never want to do as a program. They gave Matt Rule a massive contract extension, and if it doesn't work out, it's going to cost you money that you can't afford because you're crying poor about the payment of your roster in order to fire him. So it's just not going to happen. We had an extension handed out on Friday, and this is a tough... I see both sides of this coin because a year ago we were talking about how much pressure's on him. He makes the college football playoff, although they lost their first game, so they didn't win a playoff game. But Oklahoma gave Brent Venables a 2-year contract extension, so he was already he had a 4-year deal or whatever. Now he's got 2 more years on top of it. So he is tied to the program until the 2031 season. The deal averages about $10.5 million per year. So it's like a total 6-year, $63 million deal-ish. Brent Venables, are we in on a 2-year extension if we're an Oklahoma fan?
So do we have details on the buyout?
I mean, the buyout's usually the majority, whatever is remaining on.
Well, not all the time.
That is true. But
sometimes you get that.
Do we think the schools have much leverage here? I don't think if you're giving it, maybe he said, I'm not going anywhere if you want to buy me out.
Well,
but
it's a school he loves, so you
Yes.
get maybe that little, like, kind of sweetheart of a deal.
He's an alma mater guy, right? Didn't he play at Oklahoma, I think?
He's a big Oklahoma guy. That's why he finally left Swinney. But I'm fine with it because I actually think they're going to get back to the playoff this year. They're one of my playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
I know we haven't released all of our 12. I know you didn't do the group of 6. Sorry to spoil that, but we're already past 10. I think it'd be shocking if you had any of those teams.
I got James Madison at number 4. Stay tuned. Hawaii's coming in hot and heavy at number 7.
The next Signetti, Chesney, whoever that is, just assume James Madison hired the guy.
Yeah.
I think Oklahoma's going to be a playoff team, and if I tell you that, you're feeling good about it.
Feel great about it.
Right? I don't know if you think they're going to win a national championship with Brent Venables.
I just always wonder, why? What was the impetus for this?
Well, I think it goes back to our conversation earlier with Jerem Jordan. Kalani Sitake is quite literally as BYU as you can possibly get. He was on Lavelle Edwards' team. He's teammates with Suk. That dude wanted that job more than anything else in life. He got it, started winning, and then Penn State, of all the places, called and said, "We want you."
Yeah, and he was gone.
And he was gone.
Yeah.
Now, we should say not 100%, because 100% means you were gone.
Yes.
He was 99% gone, according to Jerem Jordan. He was looking at houses with his coaching staffs in Penn State. And they got him on the horn, talked to him, promised him everything, and got him to come back. Just because that's your place doesn't mean that's your place. See Jonathan Smith as well. So,
how many places are if you offer the Oklahoma coach? Now, the easy retort is it literally just happened 4 or 5 years ago because Lincoln Riley was their guy and he left for USC.
Yeah, it's just about who they are.
How many programs are bigger than Oklahoma?
In college?
To get offered at that place and you're like, oh, I got to go to... Because I could at least see
Texas.
The Penn State BYU thing I get. You're in an inferior conference.
Not to put salt in the wound, but Texas.
Yeah, it's a bigger job than
Ohio
Oklahoma.
State.
That's fair. Ohio State, yep.
Michigan.
Okay. You go Georgia, Bama, probably LSU.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
that trio.
Yeah. Florida, maybe.
Florida?
Maybe,
Florida?
yeah.
Is that a better job? Splitting hairs? I don't know who's got more money behind the scenes. It's a hard
I think
one.
a lot of it's who you are. And
Yeah.
I don't know who's
the
more
point
funded.
is simply being you're 100% spot on.
You're in the top whatever of college football as a job, though.
Right, and you're in one of the 2 power conferences. You're making all this money. You got boosters. That's just the thing that makes me chuckle sometimes with these extensions of it just comes out of nowhere. And you're right. It's probably just let's get out in front of it in case it happens. But he already had...